Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, it's another live stream of Ultimate General Civil War. Today, we most assuredly will end the Union campaign I was playing for 9 episodes now. And with this 10th episode, I'm pretty sure to end the campaign. Nevertheless, it's not only the end of this campaign, it's also winter solstice. The shortest day in the year, the longest night in 2020. And the whole day I had to think about this. What a year lies behind us all. I think you know what I mean when I say something like this. This year 2020, no one of us will ever forget, I'm pretty sure. The corona pandemic has the whole world in its grasp. Believe it or not, deny it or not, this is a global situation we face all together. And it's a situation we can only solve together. By taking care of others, by trying to break the chains, by trying to flatten the curve. But I do not mainly want to talk about the pandemic today. I have some thoughts regarding myself, my personal life in this year. So, as you probably know if you have been here before, I do a lot of history stuff. So I spent most of my free time doing kind of historic recreation, or however you want to call it. I always try to avoid a bit the terminus of reenactment. In my opinion, historical reenactment has the highest possible standard when it comes to historic recreation. And why the hell is this candle not working? Huh? What's wrong with you? Well, it's a candle like the whole year, it's not perfect. What I wanted to say, I do not want to call it historical reenactment, what I do. Especially not what I do here, but this is a different aspect. But what I wanted to say, most of my free time I spent on medieval markets, on live acting role plays, partly also on reenactments with the fellas from my Irish folk band. This is all the stuff I do in my free time. And as you can imagine, this year there was hardly any event taking place. And the 1 or 2 events I could participate were far from normal, for sure. So for me this was a completely different year for, let's say, half my life. So I started doing my historical hobbies at 18, 19 years. Now I will turn 36 next year. So this was highly unusual for me, having a year like this. And I cannot say that I felt that comfortable with the situation most of the time. So at the beginning of this corona year, I kind of felt, yeah, why not? So let's stay at home for a while, and I enjoyed it particularly. I said, okay, you had such a busy life the previous years doing all your history stuff. It's a good moment to calm down a little, to relax, to drive it down, slow it down a bit. I felt that I was always hustling the previous years, preparing the events, packing, preparing clothing particularly. So it was busy days, and friendships suffered from this. To be totally honest, I did not realize it for a long time, or let's say I somehow felt it, but it needed some special incidents to show me, boy, you are stuck too much into your hobby. So in the first place, the lockdown, the first one in spring, was good for me. I thought about the stuff I'm doing. I've realized that I can have a season without medieval markets, without reenactment, without this stuff. That this is possible. But then I felt the loneliness. So when the first lockdown was relieved a bit, I met some friends, we had the one or other birthday celebration. Yeah, but it was not what I normally did. I did not meet friends. I did sometimes, but not on that regular base. And then this time I started doing live streams. So I started it about half a year ago. It was in the end of June. I looked it up, and it started quite well. It started slow, but this was totally okay. First there were no followers, then there were some, then there was the first guy in the chat. On this place, Mike Sinecci, my big thank to you. You were the first guy I did not know before that came into my chat room and asked me something. It was with Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail back then. Then it grew better. There were more people, and finally, some 1 or 2 weeks ago from now, I achieved the affiliate status. I did not activate it, but I could. I had an average of 3 viewers, which is not that bad for live streams that go so long. I hardly ever do a live stream below 4 hours, and since I started the Warhammer Total War Co-op campaign with my friend Raffiniert, it's even close to 12 hours, at least 8, 10, 12 hours sometimes. So it went quite well, all the streaming stuff. But it was busy too. I was hustling there too, as I did before in my historical hobby. And the thing is, then came the second lockdown. And then came fall, autumn. And the days grew shorter and shorter, and I do not really like those short days. And this is the reason why today, with this winter solstice, with the shortest day of this year, the darkest day you might say, it's a moment for me to hold for a moment and rally and gather my thoughts. And so I'm not a winter guy. Hey, Innovation Dude, nice to have you here. I'm just stuck in some thoughts about the previous year. So I'm not a guy that likes winter. The main problem for me is getting up. Innovation Dude, we had this topic today already. And I get up very late. I just have the minimum amount of time to prepare myself for work. And at winter time, it's hardly bright when I need to get up to fulfill this. So the winter is not my favorite time. The early sunset, the late sunrise, those long nights, just not my time. But today is the shortest day, so I do not know when I had sunlight outside of my working time. As I said, when I come home, it's dark. When I leave home, it's almost dark. There comes the second lockdown. There comes the insecurity of the previous weeks. There comes the stress I made myself with the streaming. I heated it up a bit. I enjoyed it, but it was kind of too stressful. So there are some thoughts I have right now. For myself, I want this evening, this day, to be not only the darkest day of this year, I also want this day to be the beginning of a new dawn for my personal life. There are some issues I want to fix in the next year. Normally, New Year's Eve is the moment for good plans. For me, it's today, and I do not want to go into detail right now. There's just something I like most parts of my life, and I like some parts I absolutely do not like, and there I want to fix them. One by one, step by step, not making too big plans. That's always my biggest problem. I have tons of plans and cannot realize them. Then I feel disappointed that I achieve nothing, but I achieve things. The problem is I achieve not much compared to what I want to achieve. So there are some plans I want to follow. I'm working on some already. And if I look to the global situation, so the second lockdown in this year's fall was not good for my feeling, for my mood. As I said, the shorter days, the increasing numbers, also here in my country, also here in Germany, also here in Bavaria, this was nothing to feel good about. But it's solstice. It's the shortest day and it's getting brighter every day from now on. And my personal wish is that not only the days get brighter, but that our all life gets brighter. I think the sun is about to rise. The dawn is coming. For this global situation we have right now, there is a way. We have the vaccine. It's starting to be distributed. There is a grasp of hope. We should not throw it away by behaving stupid. It happens way too often in those days. But for the people who have their mind together, there can be hope. And that's what I want to feel today. So after the bad mood of the previous weeks I want to start with a better mood in the next weeks. I'm looking forward to Christmas. I have not seen my parents for several weeks, I think for nearly 2 months now. Although we live in the same town, in a small town, although it's just 10-minute foot walk from here to visit them, but we didn't do it in the second lockdown. Now we isolated as good as possible to meet on Christmas Eve. I'm looking forward for this. I'm looking forward for the next year with the hope of some better situation regarding my hobbies, my activities. I'm looking forward to seeing my friends again. I'm looking forward to plans I have with my streaming activity here. I want to consolidate it a bit, make it a bit more efficient, make a bit better content step by step. Want to spend time with you all together out there as long as it's not possible to meet in person. And of course, when all this madness is over, I want to meet some of you in person too, since lots of you are from my personal friend circle. So there is a sense of hope. And on this darkest day, on this longest night of the year, I want to keep it and bring it in mind. It's not yet New Year's Eve, but for me it's the beginning of a new and better time, and I hope so much it will come true. I hope it will come true to myself, but of course I want it to come true to all of you out there also. And let's hope for the best, and let's head into the future with some good feelings, because the days get longer and brighter from now on, for at least half a year. And on summer solstice, I want to do a talk like this again and see what has changed from this on. So, nevertheless, it's still a gaming channel. So for now it's gaming time again. we are stuck in the middle of our Union campaign in Ultimate General Civil War. And this is also something I thought about in the previous days, why I have so much pleasure in playing wars that were so cruel and so bitter. It's a bit crazy. So why don't I play like Innovation Dude, why don't I play Fall Guys, where you just run around? Why do I play games where I lead large armies into desperate charges and battles? Yeah. I think this is a sign that we still have a quite good life here, that we still can, that our personal problems are not that big that we cannot play war. For other peoples around the world, this might sound crazy that people play war voluntarily. In my special case, that they even dress up like soldiers with all the uniforms and armors and stuff like this. My whole hobby with all my reenactment and live acting roleplay stuff must look totally crazy to them. But it's, although we should hold on for some moments to think about this, it's also a good sign that our problems are not that big that we cannot stick into strategy and war games. Yeah, but this is the reason why I take some opportunities from time to time to talk a bit about history. Of course, always with some enthusiasm on all those strategies and maneuvers they performed back then. But nevertheless, also from a deep feeling that talking about history helps preventing its biggest mistakes. So forgive me if I sometimes feel a bit too much enthusiasm for a successful charge or a bombardment or whatever. It's the heat of battle and it should not be taken out of context. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. So in the previous stream about Ultimate General, I prepared for this final stage of the war. So we come to the final stage of the war. It's the year 1865 now. The Civil War ended in April of that year. Okay, the first battles are in 64, I realize, 15th of June and 22nd of July, and then we have the final battle in March 64 at Richmond. So I have a battle that was never fought like that. The main battles around Richmond were at Petersburg, but nevertheless. We will play this 3 large battles, and we head right into the first one. 15th of June is the first one, then comes the one in July, then the last one. And we can bring 3 corps, one for the assault and one in reinforcement, and I made already the plan. I take 3rd for the assault and 1st for the advance. We have some nearly 70,000 men. We face some 35, so half of our strength, but deeply entrenched. And yeah, probably this will be a tough one. Nevertheless, let's start it. And in this moment I also need to spoil the romantic atmosphere a bit. As I said, Darkest Night is over, or is going, but now let's go back to studio conditions. So the delay offered an opportunity to the rebels to reorganize their defenses over Harrison Creek. So this there they entrenched. And at Poor Creek, okay. So large defenses, terrible terrain. And you've been ordered to take the lead, resume the assault, and break the Confederate defensive lines. Okay. So you can see lots of entrenchments there, lots of breastworks. General Cords has dispatched with his cavalrymen to ride undetected behind the several hills and valleys and reach the outer Confederate lines. This is interesting. So we start with parts of 3rd Corps, and with them we lead the initial attack. So we have only... we have lots of... Yeah, absolutely okay, my friend. I appreciate it that you jumped in for a moment, really. And I wish you a pleasant evening. Oh, what the hell. Okay, so let's shift them there. I wish you a pleasant evening, and I'm pretty sure we will see soon. And I hope then we can continue all our conversations going around. So there we have 3rd Division. So and the situation is we cannot outflank them by no means. We can only charge them. So we have some artillery, but it's also spread out. There we have 2 batteries, which is nice, but on this part of the battlefield we have only 1 division. So I think we need to concentrate our assault on this part of the battlefield and charge up the hill. Nevertheless, of course, we also need a diversion. So what we will do now... Okay, there is 1... So we bring up them, we let them maneuver a bit, keep them in reserve and try to attack them there. So it's again a bit of concentration, and we need room to maneuver. There's even another division coming up. It's 4th Division, and this brings the needed artillery reinforcement too. So then let's form up a grand battery. So we will use this division here as a diversion and push through with mass with those troops. So we bring up 2 first brigades to lead the way and bring 2 other brigades in support, and we will use them as a 3rd row. And where's the rest of them? Where are... there are more brigades of them. Okay. So this division is split up, which is not that good. Oh, and there is the other skirmishers too. So let's bring forward. We need to advance somehow. There's no way around. But the terrain here is terrible. It's totally open. It's marshy, probably hard to cross. And I never played this battle. This is the next thing, so I do not feel bothered that much by this fact. But so let's try to force a bit through the woods here, and maybe we can take out this one. This is just a 1-star unit, but yeah, anyway, it will be costly at the beginning for sure. Let's bring Tyler in support too. And there are 2-star brigades, so with them I want to push up the ridge. Let's keep them in the woods. Let's bring... So again I try to concentrate on a small spot of the enemy force. So look at them, they are already routing. It's gonna be a massacre. It's gonna be a massacre. So let's probe forward the... okay, the cavalry is there. Let's see what we can do with them. Let's see if we can take out this single unit there. There's another unit coming up. What's that? Is this dismounted cavalry? Or what are those? More of them. So, okay. We will use all of those forces to take them in the rear. Especially also, they start shooting, so probably it's already time dismounting them. Rebel cavalry spotted. Nice. Okay, here they are. I wanted you to dismount, damn it. Bloody hell. Could you please stop running and start shooting? So we will only use dismounted forces and try to clear those woods. So let's bring all them forward. So Mix here is routing already. But let's say we keep our forces dismounted as good as possible. And push on them. So how's the assault? Oh, bloody hell. Look how many men they lose. Let's bring up more brigades. What's going on there? Let's just dispatch some skirmishers here. See what's against us. So the cavalry should push through the woods. So there we... there's a battery too. Which is terribly exposed now. Damn it. Let's hope we can fend them off, yes. So let's bring the cavalry closer into the wood. Let's bring the cavalry in close range. What cannon do we have? 10 3-inch. So let's advance here. We need to trap them in the rear. This is... And here again a terribly strong position. Of course the sharpshooters rout. So the plan can only be taking them in the rear here, parallel assaulting from the front line. So let's even bring the artillery in support, and we keep those 2 units behind to secure the rear, and let's advance on them with 3 units. Let's fire on them. More reinforcements, what the hell? Okay. So this is 1st Division. They are also here on this critical spot. So let's form them up behind the battery. There's more artillery. And let's prepare for a massive push. The 3rd Division against... This one is routing. Good. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Now we can roll them up. So now it's 3rd Division's time to advance up the hill. Meanwhile, the situation here is quite well. So this is what I needed. I wanted them to abandon this position, and now we push forward as good as we can and roll up their whole flank. Excellent. So of course we still have lurking cavalry around there, but anyway. Let's bring forward some more artillery so they can hold here, and you all need to move up this hill. Lapine, you make a flanking maneuver. Let's keep them out of range as good as possible. Hood is quite across against the river here. So I think we really need to take some time here. Let's have a short look at the victory conditions. Hold Jordan Point and hold Poor Creek for a victory. So those are those 2 points, I think. This one and this one. Yeah, that's fine. We have more than 3 hours to go, so we will keep them here totally in reserve. We do not need to charge with them right now. We push them here. And with 3rd Division, we make our advance here. And let's bring up 1st Corps in reserve here. 1st Division of 1st Corps. Because with 3rd Corps, we pin them in place, and with all the elements of... So 3rd Corps are all the troops already here. So those are waiting here, and this is all 3rd Corps. And there are more troops of 1st Corps to come. There's only 1 division there, so we will... Any troop of 1st Corps that comes on the battlefield, we will shift around and push on their flank. So the musketry or the rifle fire is increasing here, which is good. Let's sneak the cavalry a bit more into the woods. The 2nd Division is obviously approaching. Let's move the cavalry forward. So where is 2nd Division coming up? Down here, perfect. Let's move them up immediately. So, time to advance a bit more with them, since we start pushing on them. Trimble, you are needed here. And they are routing. Great. So let's seize the opportunity and charge on those bloody batteries here. Since they will make our life hard and bitter. And let's follow up with those elements. Let's even try to bring up the artillery forward a bit more. What about 2nd Division? They start to increase their numbers. So the battery is routing, so they do not need to charge anymore. It's better keep them behind. This is a battle where we need time. Still 3 hours to go, which is okay. Let's better take the time to envelope them. Carroll wounded, poor fellow. Yeah, of course. So, 3rd Division, 3rd Corps. You need a formation, monsieur. So of course, sneaking through this wood is terribly clumsy. So it's time to form up with 1st Division here, and let's use 2nd Division to clear those woods a bit. So still only parts of my troops committed, but that's perfectly fine, because we can roll up the whole flank of them. And that's exactly what I want. Cooper routing, perfect. So, where's the rest of 1st Division? Oh, back here, okay. What are you? 4th Division? Ah, this is the division that is not yet united. Okay, fine, so far. Let's advance a bit further with 2nd Division, 3rd Corps here. Let's take those woods. And meanwhile, 3rd Division is making slow but steady progress through those woods. Let's even keep Trimble in reserve a bit. And there are those cavalrymen, and maybe we should use them now to clear those woods a bit from cavalry here. So the cavalrymen did exactly what I wanted them to do. They flanked this position here. Ah, there it's getting nasty with another artillery fortification. Of course, the rugged terrain is horrible to attack. So there comes the cavalry. Of course they countercharge now. Poor mix again in the middle of the fray. Where is the commanding general? Nope. Ah, there's a battery. Let's concentrate on this one. And we secured the first position. Good. So they are about to be pushed out. I can feel it. Look how slow those troops advance here. It's a madness. So you are part of 4th Division, yeah. Let's bring them in reserve here. Let's follow up with Ashmore. So we press on the cavalry, which is good. This battery routing already. Wavering at least. Yeah, blocked, okay. A major general wounded. Not good. So who are you? Mighty 1st Division. So where do I want them? Now we see what's against us. And we see this one will ugly too. So this cavalry corps we bring up. Ah, wait, they still deal with those cavalrymen, and let's deal with them. But we take out this battery soon, which is good. So it's the time of mounted cavalry charges are long gone, at least for my personal feeling, so it's just too costly to do them. So better dismount them, let them use their Spencer carbines, or their Spencer, what is this exactly? What do they have? They have sharps, alright. So we still delay the advance here. They are terribly shattered here. But 2 hours to go. There's a unit routing. Let's bring another one into the fray. Stop, you are far enough. Rebel reinforcements. Okay. Yeah. Not surprisingly. Not surprisingly. This will be a nightmare charging their positions here. So, in this case, time to redeploy the artillery a bit. And bring them there. As preparation for the assault on the second ridge. Not much time to enjoy some tea. Therefore, we probably are not British enough anymore here in the United States. Look at those fortifications. 2 large batteries, well entrenched. Okay. It's time. They're still not there. So second division here will lead the assault here with... So I think we need to make the breakthrough. We nevertheless need to attack here. We need to take out all those fortifications. Ah, this was not good. We need to break them there. Ah, there is the first unit of them. Good. Well, I don't know if good, but here they are out of their fortifications, of their positions. Let's bring them forward a bit. You have suffered the most in the advance so far. Let's keep you behind a little bit. Not that far behind. And those elements of fourth division will lead the way here. So I start now with a concentrated assault on this unit, which might be terribly costly, but what else can we do? So we bring up all those units there, use the skirmishers. What's that? Some sharpshooters, good. The battery's a bit closer. There is some charging going on, obviously. Okay. They really countercharge here. They leave their positions to attack us. 1.5 hours to go. So this is highly in disarray here, but it seems this spot is not very well defended, so as soon as we push back Garnet, we might advance on their positions. And mighty 1st Division in close support with the Iron Brigade and the Fighting Historian's own. And let's bring them in a 3rd wave. Let's try to push them out here and do another flanking maneuver. So with 7 brigades, by the way, do we have the commanding general around? This is also something I always forget. And I always forget redeploying the ammunition carriages. So there is some routing going on. So let's move forward there. We do not need to press there. We can stay in the safety of the woods. So Appler is soon in a flanking position, which is great. So Garnet getting hammered. Let's try to shoot this battery. Let's bring Iron Brigade in support. Let's bring Ramson in support. So now we already routed the battery, great. So let's focus on Garnet. Heinzelmann wavering, so let's bring Haney. Battery already redeploying. Garnet routing. Good. Forward. 2nd Division. Appler, press on. Don't give them time to reform. Garnet routing again with a terrible volley. There is this bloody battery. Let's dispatch some skirmishers to deal with those cannon. With Applers and Iron Brigade skirmishers, not what I like. Dispatching skirmishers from my main brigades, but what can I do? We need to push them. We need to push them out. They are routing there. Good. Maybe this is the moment to advance with our main line for a bit. Let's mostly stay in cover of the woods. Let's bring forward this division too. The artillery is so slow in the advance. Another battery pushed out. It's going well. But the final flag point is so far away still. So I wanted to attack here. Huh. Maybe this is getting a bit desperate in the end. So maybe we need to charge a bit more. So come on, forward lads. Fighting Historians own forward. They are routing. Let's bring Heinzelmann back in the fray. Vincent, you support your man. The cavalry division, you form up here. So we cleared this wood, but we need to advance. We need to advance, and what's coming there? Nothing serious. That's quite good for the moment. So skirmishers do skirmisher things. They are a bit useless there. So time is running. Time is running, and as I've thought, the advance here is more a stalemate now. So let's push with this brigade, this division in. There is the first battery coming up. So where are the other cannon? Let's use the roads a bit better to deploy them. There's a third battery. So we push them here, but they still have strong positions. What's going on there? Routing. As I thought. Do we need to lead frontal charges? I'm not sure. I really don't know. And the worst, I do not know if we will succeed in them. Those batteries are terrible. So there is some routing going on. Nevertheless, let's use Lomax to secure the flag point. So the charge here is horrible. So at the moment we have the conditions for a draw. Ah. This battery routing. Let's charge Garnet. Charging this position is a massacre. Look how many units retreat there. Better... they even countercharge here now. Okay, we need to bring in our troops here. This will be the point where we turn them, I hope. Meanwhile, let's see what we can do on this flank. Let's try a massive charge now. The swampy terrain says something different. So charging here is hell. So really surrounding them and flanking them here is the only way to go. But even this is costly like hell. So we rout them here, no question, but let's give this battery something. And the cavalry division. Let's bring them up there too. This is madness. This is sheer madness going on here. A frontal assault across this creek is nonsense. What about deploying the batteries? Yeah, they come into action slowly, but the flag point is still so far away. The charge achieved nothing here, literally nothing. And where the hell is the rest of First Corps? They said I can bring the whole corps. But it doesn't look like this right now. I can finish or continue. Yeah. In this case, let's better continue. So first of all, deal with this bloody cavalry here. Second, bring them back to Iron Brigade. There are some troops to face. Let's hope we can turn this somehow. If we push them out here, flanking fire for them. Brave fighting historians own holding there valiantly. Let's bring Appler skirmishers back to the main unit. There we have them in the open. So let's deal with them. Let's deal with them. Bring the cavalry more in the open. There is a battery in support. Good. So they are routing. Good. You deal with supplies surrendered. Good. Oh, I did not order a charge here, but supplies might be welcome on the spot. Why did they charge, by the way? Let's bring rest there. So we drive them in the open with the cavalry, which I like a lot, I must admit. And there we have them on the run too. So let's continue cautiously. Brave Heinzelman, good Iron Brigade. Lapine, you are quite strong still. They really try to countercharge in the center, but there's lots of routing going on. We can only maneuver over the flanks. That's the only way we can operate. Warren wounded. They retreat everywhere here. Appler forward. Heinzelman, you hold here. I want to bring Iron Brigade back in the center. Ransom 2. And we close in on the flag point slowly. Iron Brigade, you try to attack Lee here. Not the general, of course, but Ross also in quite good condition. You stay in support here. Cooper retreating, Walker retreating. I think we have them now. I think we have them. There are two. Miller hold still. Oh, the Iron Brigade getting flanked. Not good. Heinzelman, can you deal with this? Washburn, support them. Let's bring forward some more of this cavalry. Do the side quest, let's say. Okay, another battery. Do we still have forces of some strength in the center to support the discharge a little bit? Yeah, it's just for a short advance. The battery routing, good. Let's try to deal with Miller. So the losses will be terrible again, but soon we have this position. Soon we have it. Hood wounded. Yeah, because I brought him terribly in the open here. And Miller is a last stronghold here. But he's wavering. He's wavering. And he's routing. Immediately follow up with the Fighting Historian's own, the Iron Brigade routing. Yeah, they were exposed to flanking fire, which is at this stage of the war terrible. So the assault here, a total stalemate. But we are about to let's try to flank them here. Heinzelman attack here. Ransom here. Good, they're routing. Let's deal with Palmer. Lepine retreating. Let's bring Ross in. You here holding. But now we have them in the open. And this is devastating for them. Lepine still holding. Where's the general for some extra morale boost, maybe? Iron Brigade, we bring them in the center. And we are close to the flag point. Soon Walker will retreat, I'm pretty sure. There's Howard's battery firing up here. Nevertheless. Come on, push them out. Let's bring Ross in. Let them fall back a bit. There's maneuvering now. That's the problem with those big units. They blocked each other sometimes. Okay, let's fan them out. Good, they are routing. So the Fighting Historian's own push forward. Now getting shelled, but let's try to flank them. There's another unit of them. How many units hide there? Awesome. But their flag point is in the open now. And it's contested. Let's hold here. We secured it. It's contested for... Is this 1 hour? Whew. Yeah, it's 1 hour indeed. But it seems that we have the conditions. Yeah, I'm a bit confused what to do now. So Hood, you are part of this crazy 4th division. So maybe you want to form up a bit. Nope, this is not good. You stay where you are. So we have them bottled up now. But the longer we continue the fighting, the higher climb our losses. Of course. Oh damn. So I would like to bring some units in support here. So we heavily beat them up nearly everywhere. Nevertheless, I wonder why I never got reinforcement from... Okay, there we push them out now. Crazy how many units hang behind. Let's form a kind of reserve up here. And where is Ashmore? Ashmore, you hold this position just in case. So we are turning them here too. So this might be the moment for a final charge here. Because they're breaking everywhere now. And... Good evening, Captain. What mistake did you do? I think you played the game so often. What kind of a mistake can happen to you, veteran? Oh no! That's bad. That's really bad. Well, it was kind of the experience I had at I'm not sure, was it Mule Show? You watched it, where I only achieved a draw due to the fact that I lost more than 40% of my army. I think it might have been Mule Show. So this is so insane. It's still so costly. Oh, good old brigader on. Ah, okay, so the time for the contestment is over. 17,500 casualties. Phew. More than they have, but this is in the nature of this assault battle. At least a victory and best of all, only wounded officers, which doesn't help me because I think they will only be ready again after the final battle, which is also the end of the campaign. Yeah, so nevertheless, it was a victory. Okay then. And I get more than I lost. This is important. So apparently all losses in 3rd Corps, which took the most part of the beating.
Yes, sir.
But this was also my plan. And since 3rd Corps is the least experienced one, maybe a major general is a bit too much.
Yes, sir.
For a sharpshooters unit. So let's make Hatch a division commander and let's replace Hood. Let's just have a short look what is available there. More sharpshooter rifles. So to be honest, I really like the bonus too, the morale boost. So maybe it's not the best idea paying for stuff I do not necessarily need right now. So they were beaten up, especially 3rd Corps, but all of them, no unit far below 1,000 men, since I mostly go for 1,800. This is okay. They get let's give them more ammunition. Let's fill those numbers up. So Captain, I really appreciate that you join in to end the war together with me. I'm convinced to, I'm determined to end it today. Yeah, I know. If it's similar to Washington on the Confederate side, it's gonna be late. But, well, let's say I follow the old saying in every war, till Christmas we are home. And Today is my last chance before Christmas to end it. It's a bit silly. One career point. What could we use? Maybe I should have used this before, but I just filled up artillery so far. So let's go for this one. Okay. So I do not have an exact plan how my Christmas days will look. But it's quite sure that on Christmas Eve I will be at my parents' home, since I haven't seen them for a while now. At least on Christmas Eve we want to celebrate together. And on the Friday we will have dinner together, or lunch. Okay. So, I will not fill up those cores now. What I will do, I will want to fight next battle with the second corps. So let's bring them up to their numbers as good as possible. Good old Burnside. Yeah, I hope so too. Since it's defensive, and we all know that in this stage of the war, the defense is always favorable. Shortage of rifles. There they need replenishment. So much money. What the hell? Let's go the cheap way in this case.
Yes, sir.
So since they got lots of losses in the previous one, they should not attack with that large brigades, so good old George Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga. He did a good fighting at Chickamauga in my campaign too. Although at Chickamauga he was, I think, corps commander. Here he is only division commander so far, brigade commander. Costs a lot. So I want to spare some money for the upgrades before Richmond. That's the thing. Gary, you get some veterans, but not full 1800. He has full strength and sickles. You get some more men too. Jackson. I do not need that much cavalry in a defensive battle, so let's save some money there too. Good. Second corps is now up to nearly 30,000. But I won't go further for now. Maybe with one exception. Let's spend some more money on Gary's unit. And on Wilder, could use some more men. So all between 17 and 1800, that's fine. Okay. So this is the force I will take to the next battle. Good second corps, I think, by regarding the stars. Maybe slightly, even slightly better than first corps. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. One star brigade. 2, 3. Yeah, so the 4th division has some 1-star brigades, but 4 in the whole corps, and in first corps it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there's the Iron Brigade with 3 stars. Yeah, the Iron Brigade, but you know, you get them with 3, and so there, yeah, no one with 3 stars. And there's the Shattered 4th Corps that I want to build up to a decent strength for a final battle, if possible. But yeah, but I think you play Colonel difficulty, right? I think there it's a bit easier to keep the troops on high level. They always have to. Also Brigadier General. Sorry, then then this is a result of your strategy of total annihilation, of course. Anyway, we had for this battle now Georgia Railroad, some more men and money to bolster the army for the final blow. And second corps for defense. Whoa, they're 10,000 more than me, but as we have seen in the previous battle, their attacking is always a terrible thing. So they also outgun me. But this is not that big problem. So at the moment I'm reading a book about the Civil War, indeed. In Germany it's Für die Freiheit sterben. The English original title is Battle Cry for Freedom. And there I read that the artillery was not that offensive anymore in the Civil War compared to the Napoleonic Wars. So they were good for defense when they could use canister fire to mow down charging enemies, but the problem was they could not be used as an offensive weapon. They could not be brought close to the front line because the rifles used in the Civil War could shoot 4 times the range of what a mess did I do with this? Anyway, so the rifles had 4 times the range of the muskets of the Napoleonic age. So good riflemen could shoot down an artillery crew on some 400 yards. So therefore the artillery could only stay behind and bombard. And if you look at such a situation where you have lots of entrenchments, probably they are in quite a safety from the artillery fire, although they had explosive shells, of course. Of course, the artillery had its effect, but not that much as an offensive weapon, more like a defensive one. And yeah, that's an interesting aspect. Exactly. So, for example, in the Napoleonic Wars, at the battle at Friedland in 1807, it was a battle somewhere in Poland, today's Poland, against the Russians, and only against the Russians. And there was one artillery general that brought forward a battery of some 30 or 36 guns, the whole artillery reserve of one Napoleonic corps, And he brought those 30 or 36 guns, the numbers vary a bit from the sources. He brought them all together forward at canister range, so he moved them forward to 400 yards distance to the enemy, then 250 yards, then even 150 yards distance. So always small steps forward, and at the end they could use those cannon as an offensive weapon. So this was the famous artillery charge of General Senamon, was the name of this artillery general. And it was never heard like this before. So of course normally you keep the artillery behind your battle line or intermixed with the battalions maybe. But this kind of offensive use of artillery to pull them forward to canister fire range, this was never heard before. And at the Civil War you could not do something like this because the artilleryman would have been rifled down immediately. Nevertheless, let's stop talking and jump into the battle. So General, our scouts report that the Confederate forces heading to our trenches. Trenches, this is my word. That's what I want to hear. We need to deploy our men and repel the attackers. Hold your position at all cost, or else the Confederates will be able to reopen Georgia Railroad and receive valuable supplies. So there comes the first unit. Let's bring them in a bit in an order. And especially bring the artillery forward. So far so good. Offensive is always difficult because you move forward and have to move the batteries all the time. Yeah, that's it. So I totally agree with this. It was not often done. This artillery charge was unique in the Napoleonic Wars too. It was just a stunning example what is possible if the conditions are right. Oh, there's the rest. Whoa. So, okay. Good to have a look. Yeah. So what about our left flank? Yeah. There's a trench too. So let's see what we can do. First, my old problem, bringing together the divisions. Anyway, third here, fourth there. And let's start manning the trenches. Burnside, you stay in reserve. Let's use Brian for this trench. What can we do with the battery? For the moment, leave them right here. So you move up here, second division. So then Kelly, you take this trench. Jared, you take this. And where's the rest of... They come here. This is not a problem. Barnett and Miller will stay in reserve here for a while. Let's better find a solution for the artillery. Let's form a strong grand battery here. And third division will take this position. You hurry up there. Where's the rest of third? Here. Okay, and let's use Thomas in reserve here. And fourth division. Crasher, you deploy here. Gary in reserve, and you are also part of fourth. You stay in those woods and secure this position a bit. Let's dispatch some skirmishers from Gary to secure this one. This position, and there's also a battery moving up. So let's add this battery to the grand battery here. And Merritt, you can take the flank. And Jackson, you stay in reserve here. And let's bring the ammunition to the grand battery. So we have 2 brigades in reserve at the flag point. We have at the moment only Thomas as reserve here, but we keep those 2 units of 4th division in reserve to fill this gap or support this weak left flank. Well, it's not that weak, there's Gary in reserve. This should be more than enough. Yeah, that's a solid position, that's a solid plan. We have sharpshooters. Let's bring them here for the moment. So where is a good open terrain? Maybe somewhere here or here. So this is a good spot for the sharpshooters. So maybe they can find some targets here. So my weak spot is probably this bulge here. Since this is really exposed, they march in already. But their brigades not that numerous, about 1200. The whole rebel army is attacking, yeah. There's one brigade in reserve. Miller we pull into the cornfields here. Nope, I feel it's a solid position. But we move up 5 and Thomas a bit more to the front line. I feel a bit safer if I have reinforcements there. And we bring the cavalry there, maybe for some counter charges. And let's have a look at the batteries. Let's organize them a bit better. Napoleons to the front line for some canister fire. Where is this? Should be a Napoleon battery too. So let's bring them close to this spot. Aha, here they come. Okay. Let's see what they can do. Let's hope Bidwell is holding a bit longer here. The Grand Battery doing fine work here. I think this will be a walk, but let's be alerted. So the sharpshooters maybe operating against their flank from here a bit. What weapons do they have? Sharps rifles. There comes the next unit, okay. So what's moving up there? For the moment, no need to bring in Gary. Let's just keep a watchful eye on them. So I like situations like this when you have reserves on every crucial spot of your line. This feels good. And it's really necessary in this game, I think. So, for example, at a Total War title, I seldom use reserves. I start doing it a bit more. It depends on the game I play. So Empire is a bit different to, let's say, Warhammer Total War. But it's mostly enough to have a solid line, and if you know your strength and the one of the enemy, then you know you can hold this easily. But here, having reserves to shift around is a really nice thing. So hardly any losses so far. So the enemy nearly 2000 already. I have hardly any losses. Several hundreds. Okay, there come more forces in, 2 star brigades. But I don't see them breaking through so far. So they have to attack mostly on open terrain, which is terrible for them. I need to have a watchful eye on my sharpshooters. Already more than 200 kills. Oh, what bastards. There is the first charge. Let's move signals here to give some flanking fire from time to time. And I wonder if there is a way to use my cavalry a bit better. Regarding those supplies there, and let's have a watchful eye on this flank since they push in force. Yeah, but it's working fine so far. Okay, there are lots of supplies and some batteries and some skirmishers. It would be interesting to take them out. But this is maybe a bit too costly for my poor cavalrymen. The other hand, in the woods, their canister fire is not that devastating. Whoa, they're a mess. This is a bit bad since I want to concentrate on this. Flanking fire here too. Not good, not good. So let's see what they bring here. Let's shift some reserves just a bit. There's the strong point of their assault right now. So maybe this was a stupid action here. Okay, so... and it's probably not worth it. General killed, okay. At least we got the supplies, but that's not really what I wanted, to be honest. But, there is a brigade moving up. And if it's just distracting their frontline units, so why not? So what do we have here? They mass in. But I suppose they do not bring the punch to wipe my lines there. So the center is stable. Here it's stable. The sharpshooters, I neglected them a bit. Let's shift them here. Why are... bloody hell. So my cavalry adventure was exactly this, an adventure. So let's try to bring them out somehow. Poor fellas. Bidwell killed, okay. This is the moment to move in Thomas to replace this unit a bit. So here we hold for the moment. So Merit making it to safety. Let's shift those cavalrymen to the threatened right wing. What's going on this flank? Nothing so far. Sickle's doing well here in this gap. So I have... oh, the Offense Brigade, famous unit. I read the story of them, but I'm... at the moment I do not really remember them. And let's pull back this battery a bit. They are a bit too exposed and suffer a bit too much. So Thomas, please take over. And the struggle themselves up north. Ammunition issues. Okay. So what we also should consider, we shift parts of our Grand Battery to our exposed right flank. So where's the ammunition? Come on. Bring the poor Brian boys some bullets. Of course they surrendered, but it was a nice adventure for my cavalrymen. So here they are in a solid position. They are already wrecked quite a lot. We still have good reserves here. There is Sickles fulfilling the gap, Gary in reserve. So the crucial point is here, but there we have 3 brigades in the second line. Supplies come in. Let's even shift the commanding general a bit to the spot. So there they also have those woods to take shelter. This is a good advantage for them. But yeah, as I said, 3 brigades in the second line. Ammunition coming in. We shift some artillery to this place. Numbers are quite even now. I lost 2,000, nearly 2,000 so far. The enemy lost, whoa, 12,000, nearly 11,000. Whoa, what a massacre. So this shows quite well how cruel the Civil War was in its latter stage. So at the beginning it was more like a Napoleonic warfare with large marches and surrounding and whatever, but in the end it was just a World War I light, with trenches, with fortifications, with yeah. So offensive battles, I hated them in the end when I played the Confederate campaign. So as I told several times, I did not finish the Union campaign so far. I played them to the Cold Harbor campaign, but I did not even play Cold Harbor because I feared it so much. So there was, when I played the Confederate campaign, there was one battle I hated a lot. It was one of the so-called minor battles where you bring some 1.5 corps, but it was so devastating for my numbers. I had to play it several times. I really do not remember. It was somehow between Chickamauga and Cold Harbor, I think. And it was a nightmare playing this one. And so I always feared a bit. Yeah, Saunders Farm, exactly. This battle is such a pile of shit. Sorry, but it's horrible fighting it. So you are 1st Division. Nevertheless, let's replace poor Brian here with Miller for a while. If it needs this specific tactic, I did not find it out. So my way to go was sneaking through the woods as long as possible, staying in cover as good as possible, but in the end I had to charge over the open field to get to this bloody flag point, and this was not fun. This was really not fun. So maybe we should shift the fire of those batteries a bit in this direction. So I never really did active gunfire management in these battles, because mostly they shoot exactly where I want them to shoot. But maybe in this case it's not a bad idea. So some relief for poor Brian, since he lost a lot of men. Miller now taking the trenches. He Has more numbers but only 1 star, but since Brian did a lot of good work to wreck them. Okay, let's shift fire a bit again. So of course those guys here have the cover of the wood. So yeah, I think I did this too, just bolstering one flank, but I had a hard time playing this battle, and this is the origin of my yeah, let's call it fear. Sounds stupid in terms of a computer game, but I really hate those offensive battles in the end of the campaign. So but here it's going quite well. Even the previous battle went quite okay. So if I think about the Mule Show, it was a nightmare, yeah. But it would have been a victory if there was not this condition with the 30-40%. And this I simply did not see. I wanted to follow your advice and totally annihilate them to have better conditions at Cold Harbor. But I paid for this by losing the battle. So I didn't lose it by just achieving a draw. Because I was just too stupid to read the victory conditions, so yeah. So what we will do now, we will sneak the sharpshooters over here. There they have a lovely clear line of sight. Maybe they can damage their flank a bit. 1 hour to go. It still feels like a victory if I see the decimated numbers of the enemy. We outnumber them by now by some 4,500 men, and we all know with 4,500 men less it's totally impossible to charge such a position. Look at this, brigades down to several hundred men. This is a nightmare for the Confederate commanders, so it's terrible. Soon the first units will shatter, I'm quite sure. Oh, there's ammunition lacking too. So maybe we order this wagon a small supply route. This was not very well made. Let's move it along the front line, giving them some supplies. And now it's skirmisher time. Oh, there's even a battery. Of course they get shot now too, but yeah, this one of course will be a victory, so no doubt about this anymore. So as you know, at the beginning of such a battle there is always this moment when they come in with large masses on one flank or one spot. Then of course you fear a bit for the outcome, or that your line will be thrown out of their fortifications or whatever. But like here with, so Thomas also quite decimated, so here they made an effort, of course. So let's bring in 5 to replace Thomas, since Thomas is a 2-star brigade too. And the sharpshooters achieving first successes here. So of course there are some cannon, but come on, there are sharpshooters. It's so crazy what kill numbers sharpshooters can achieve in this game. So let's replace Thomas. And immediately they advance. So Thomas retreating a bit, but yeah, that's fine. Where is the ammunition, by the way? Making its way up. Sharpshooters, what are you doing? Routing the next unit. "20 minutes to go. And not really a problem. So of course I could have moved out of the trenches and could have started chasing them down, but since I need so much replenishment for my other units, I want to keep my losses low in this one and bring up my whole army to good strength for before Richmond. So that's quite fine for me. 515 losses, kills, 27 deaths. Terrible. My heart is bleeding if I see such shattered brigades like this. So this is no sentimental silly talks. If you think for a moment what we see here, so of course it's a game and it's made for fun, but so you didn't see this, but I had some thoughts about this at the beginning of the stream. So basically we play war here, that's just what we do. And 192, that is, for me this is horrible, seeing another unit with 190, this is horrible, seeing good units so decimated. I cannot imagine what this must be in reality. So in the Cold Harbor stream, maybe you remember I showed this picture in this book with this company that started the Cold Harbor campaign with some 80 whatever men and ended it with 9 men or so, or 11, I'm not sure. Crazy. Okay. 3,000 losses against nearly 19,000. Absolutely madness. Most important, what? So many dead? Oh, although we had the trenches. So in the previous battle I attacked and had only wounded here 4 dead officers, although we had the fortifications. So this is ugly. Okay. So Medal of Honor, nice, but yeah. So first the career. So purchase of new weapons. Yeah, let's do this. As we are the North, we have the strong economy. So this is also so interesting in the book I read about the Civil War right now. There are many chapters about the economical and social and whatever differences between the North and the South, and this is so interesting what you read there. So just a short look on Richmond battlefields. As I said, I never played this. I never played this late stage of the Confederate of the Union campaign. So they bring a hell of a lot of troops. Of course, attack left and attack right and reinforcements. 66,000 men. Right now we have 27 here, 28 here, 20 here, so we have about 27 and 28 are 75,000 and some small numbers. So of course we need reinforcements. We could bring 45,000 men more. Yeah, because I do not always annihilate them. So, yeah. So first of all, replenish. So few men. So let's pay for some brigadier generals. Merit, you get replacement by a colonel. There, another colonel. Okay. So second corps is in good condition. So they were not that badly mauled in the previous battle. There is even an upgrade. Nice. So let's first of all try to bring them up moderately to, mostly with rookies, let's say, to some 1800 per unit. 5 lost some men, but anyway. Okay, the sharpshooters get some veterans. So after fully replenishing, I think each corps will have some 30,000 men. A bit more normally. But I also would like to build up a bit more on the 4th corps, so I will never be able to build a 5th one, as you do in your campaign, Captain. Yeah, okay, so then let's not do this. Miller, okay. Jackson, you suffered a lot. Sorry for this. I sent you in. This was the last great cavalry action. Let's keep them at some 1700.
Sir, yes, sir.
Thomas, poor Thomas. You did well again. Come on, you deserve your full strength. Yeah, this is, you made it very mainly with cannon, but this is my plan for 4th Corps, to make a kind of mixed cavalry and artillery reserve unit.
Sir, yes, sir.
So sadly the enemy's numbers will also scale up a bit, since I do all those upgrades now. So Devons, this is enough. You get a bit more.
Yes, sir.
So 2nd Corps back to strength, 30,000. That's nice. Good old 1st Corps. Let's see what we can do for them. So I do not lack the numbers right now.
Yes, sir.
What would cost 200,000? 30. Yeah, it's a lot, and I will lose a lot of morale boost then. Let's see how far we get with what we have right now. Let's see how far we get. Iron Brigade, they need to be to 1812 is a bad number if you got Napoleon's fate in this year. Can I reduce it a bit? No. Okay, those sharpshooters are fine.
Yes, sir.
Poor Epler, he fought heavily in the previous battle, not in the assault battle, in the, you know what I mean. Mod is fine. Haney is fine. They are in quite good. That's good. So 3rd and 4th Division did not come to the battlefield, although it was indicated that the whole corps would fight. So, 2nd Corps is upgraded, so 3rd Corps, they need some more love from their commanding general now. I mostly go for rookies now. I really want to save the money as good as I can. So I want to build up a bit more strength in 4th Corps. Just overwhelm them with numbers if anyhow possible. Poor Pew got highly decimated, so now we get to 3rd Corps, and 3rd Corps had the bulk of the fighting in the previous battle. So this brings me to an idea. So maybe I will not fill up all 3rd Corps units to 1800, which I normally do. Maybe I think I will use 3rd Corps as the first reinforcement corps. Lead the way with 1st and 2nd, try to bring them up as good as possible. So maybe do not use veterans to fill up 3rd Corps numbers, only rookies here. And yeah, this might be a way to go. Although this costs a lot. So this is an idea, I think. So from now on, this also the rookie reinforcements cost a lot of money since we need to buy the weapons. Anyway, so let's not go full strength here. Let's try to stay at roughly 10,000 bucks per regiment. At most. Bruce is, okay, which unit is quite weak now? Those, for example. So filling them up would cost a hell of a lot. So let's avoid this for the moment. 30, 30, 27. So they lack some men, of course, but now let's see what we can do for our good old 1st Corps. They need their strength. Let's fill up Ross. At least to 1700. Heinzelman, some extra men. They are fine, they are fine, they are all fine, that's good. 2nd Corps. Miller needs some more men. Okay. So here is this. So the 1st and 2nd Corps look quite well. So now let's have a look at them. So we have a kind of a small cavalry division here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 batteries. So those units are terribly decimated. And I do not feel any interest in filling them up to... Oh, there's a Major General commanding. Crazy. But I have Major Generals in every divisional command, so that's okay. So, they need replenishment. Stewart could use some more men. So the basic idea is forming some 1,000-man brigades, nearly 1,000-man brigades in the rear guard to bring at least a kind of considerable strength to the battle. So there will be some more cavalrymen. What could we give them? Is there, what is left? Lots of sharps, of course. Let's make a full cavalry division. I do not really know for what, but oh, wait. Is there... Ah, there, this one. Nice. Let's fill them up with them. Commanding General Beaufort. Let's give them some more men. Good. And let's bring a bit more of infantry. Yeah. Therefore I could use good old Mod. No, that's a lieutenant colonel would do.
Yes, sir.
Let's use Mod as division commander. And what rifles could we give them? Is there anything left in the armory? Some Tyler, Texas, why not? Why not? Let's give them some better generals. Where are all those Tyler, Texas? Is there any better stuff? Oh yeah. Let's use up all the good stuff, really. Yeah, okay, that's too much. Why not sending some strong brigades in reserve? So we still have money, we still have a lot of men. That's quite amazing right now. More Tyler, Texas. Let's use those Harper's ferries here. More Tyler, Texas guys. Where are they? Here. Let's even bolster their numbers a bit. And another one. Why haven't I done this? Haven't I done this before? Okay, there was no real need for a 4th corps so far. Of course, in some battles you can use it, but... So what else could we bring? Oh, there's a lot of artillery left. So now we are at the point that we have still a lot of money and still a lot of troops. And I cannot bring a 4th corps. I have not upgraded the army organization. Okay. So maybe it would have been wise to do this earlier. Nevertheless, if we cannot do this, then of course we bolster all our frontline units as good as possible. Was a bit stupid not doing this, so I could form a lot of troops, but yeah, battle, you get more men. I could even try to sell stuff that I do not need anymore. Always the same mistake. So of course I will switch back to of course I will... Oh, there's not much left of those Harper's ferries. That's the next problem. I do not even have stuff in stock anymore. So what's that? This is the pattern Enfield. There's a lot of them in stock. So you get some. You get some of. Oh, this costs a lot. Where are those pattern Enfield?
Yes, sir.
Equip him with this. And let's fill up decimated. What could we give them? Let's give them
Yes,
those
sir.
weapons, fill up their numbers since they are heavily decimated. Let's fill up Taylor with more men. Okay, money is out now. Let's see what we can sell. So much artillery to sell. Ah, wait. So sorry for this. This is a lot of organization now, but if you know the game, you know the problem. So is there any crappy artillery around? 3-inch ordnance, howitzers, Napoleons, that's all fine. Good parrots, Napoleons, parrots. So this is good, this is good. More Napoleons. I'm really a bit angry that I did not form a 5th corps, but better. I think if I bring up the number of 4th corps, then I can use up some more men. And if I don't have the money to equip them, and I probably will not use influence to get more money. I really want to stick to the morale boost. So there we change. Let's equip them with those ordnance. What do you have? 6-pounder field. Bullshit. Ordnance, Napoleons for them. Crappy howitzers. Away with this. Oh, there are more parrots. Lapine, more howitzers. So let's give them some 3-inch ordnance.
Yes, sir.
The cavalry has no cannon. There's only one battery with Napoleons. Okay. Okay. Armory. Away with all the crappy artillery. So much artillery and I cannot use it. This is... what would I give now to have organized this up? But too late. So we have to go with what we have. So let's even sell some more of the... Let's sell all this. Let's keep some in reserve. Enough for one battery each. Yeah, so I just did not realize that I cannot form a 5th corps. And to be honest, before I started filling up, I wanted to use the career point to have the advantage for buying weapon or whatever. And I did not even thought that I could form up that I could form a 5th corps. So it would be great. It would have been great for, let's say, all this artillery stuff. So if I think about what artillery pieces I just sold, this would have been awesome to use them. But yeah, it's over, and let's go for a strong 4th corps, as strong as possible. So 1400 is my goal for them. Could we re-equip them with better stuff, maybe? Nah. Don't care. We will take Richmond somehow, I don't doubt it. So what can we do for them? Not that much. Oh, come on. One left. Come on, give you this one. Still 1600 men left. Crazy. I try to speed this up now a bit, since I'm a bit eager for the final battle now, I must admit. So let's just try to bring in as much men as possible. So all those units that so many men in reserve.
Sir, yes, sir!
I want to end this war. I want it to be over, finally. That's the thing. I'm just like Lee at Gettysburg. I want it to end, but other than Lee at Gettysburg, I have some good reason that it might happen indeed. Spencer arrives? Nah, come on, no experiments now. Why not one good unit? Come on. I'm running out of everything. I'm running out of weapons, of funds. How much men do we have? 30. So what else can we do for the front line? It's Richmond, so it should be a tough one. Come on, Iron Brigade. Okay, let's stop this now. Let's stop this madness. I cannot bring them all. I have a good army now. And let's attack. Let's do it. First corps on the right, second on the left. Reinforcements. 120,000, twice as much as them, should work. And let's go for it. So our first corps will soon begin arriving on the battlefield. Located east of Richmond. To mask our attack from enemy reconnaissance, we have maneuvered our corps into position one by one. Is this... No. Our main objective is to secure the first defensive layer of trenches east of the city. Reconnaissance reveals a lightly defended section. Starts from here. Lightly defended? Extends further south to this point. This you call lightly defended and ends south of York River at Williamsburg Road. Okay. Okay. Our next step will be to capture the force that guard Richmond's eastern side and finally the city itself. Okay. It's gonna be a nightmare. Our task will not be easy. As soon as the Confederates realize the main attack is coming from the east, they will begin continuously reinforcing their defenses using Mechanicsville Road and the railroads. Good luck to us all, General. The vanguard of our corps is arriving. The rebels should not expect an attack at this area, so they should have less infantry guarding the trenches. Reconnaissance revealed that Longstreet commands those troops. Good old Longstreet. First, we have to secure the trench command post located here. And at this section, advance. Okay. First corps starts. Second division move up. Third division move up. Why through the woods? Okay. We cannot really avoid this at this point. So where is the artillery? Not much of them. There are some sharpshooters. Let's keep them in the reserve. Some cavalry. That's all fine so far. I played too much Total War in the previous days. I always want to rotate the camera view on the battlefield. But it's not working here. So of course again a massed assault here. And first division, you should kind of mass here. Is there a ridge to use for the artillery? That's too far away, come on. Till they are there. So you are part of first division too, so you mass there. And let's bring up the first wave. Okay, here it starts. What a surprise. Lots of stuff to hold till the end. Or we kill them all. This would be your way. Let's see what we will do in the end. So, oh, small brigades. That's the first good news so far. Second division, follow up, please. Only 1,000 men per brigade. This gives me hope. You know what? Let's dispatch skirmishers. they will be more than enough and use them to reinforce the push here. So you form up here, you deal with them, you stay in reserve, and there we press on and try to break them. Skirmishers, you keep them occupied, drag their fire on you, and come on, artillery, this is a battle, not a sightseeing trip. And I do not want to use my precious fighting history. Oh, why are they down to 1 star? Did I fuck up the replenishment? Seems so. What are you doing here? Exposing yourself to enemy fire? Alright. Ah, why is the fighting historian's own brigade down to 1 star? I had them at 2, I know it. Come on, dispatch skirmishers too. Those skirmishers can occupy whatever troop is there. Okay, the skirmishers don't want any more. No problem. It's charging time. Bring Hall in support. Bring Bliss up. Skirmishers, you just stay here. So next wave. Heinzelmann, you fill the gap. You fill the gap here. So crazy how few men they lose. So time for concentrated artillery fire. They are wavering already. They're routing. There's Iron Brigade. Terrible how they suffer there. A major general killed. Okay, they cannot maneuver properly here. This is horrible. 3 batteries defending this spot. So probably no breakthrough there. I need to do it here. Somehow. Sharpshooters, okay. So So let's charge with Bliss. Replace him with Hall. It's a nightmare, really. No good flanking position. Time to bring in Iron Brigade, maybe they can turn it. But I think they will not hold much longer. Yeah, that's the moment. It's the moment to exploit it. Of course they will soon push me out again, but it's about making a foothold here. Okay. Ah, nice, they come out. Okay, there we pushed them. Can we bring Mighty Iron Brigade? They're blocked, damn it. More reinforcements, but battered ones. Okay, they secure it again. Iron Brigade getting hammered there. But in this case, I'm... Ah, there comes another brigade. So Haney in support. Let's shift ransom. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Got more brigades. Perfect moment for this. We are pouring more infantry into enemies' defenses. Quickly repel the rebels before they receive reinforcements. Okay, yeah. What else do we get? A lot of stuff. Assault is continuing further south with new brigades advancing from whatever. Couldn't read it. As time passes, the rebels are expected to become stronger, receiving reinforcements from this road. Okay. And this passage, General AP Hill's corps was spotted near, so he's probably going to attack us soon. Yeah, probably. What do we have there? A hell of a lot. Move them up. So, and move them up at the moment. Let's stay a moment at this crucial point. This charge failed. Come on. I don't care. More batteries to the front line. Command point secured again. Ah, those crazy bastards. Okay. Time to think about the second assault. They go here. They go here, and 3rd Division we keep in reserve. What artillery do we bring here? Some. Seems to be only 2 batteries right now. Okay. Ah, what the hell? Okay, come on, lads. By the way, what's going on here? Oh, shit. Okay. Let's keep them here. Their regiments and brigades are already shattered, but clearly not enough. What the hell? Forward. Just a nightmare of a battle. What's going on there? Let's check out their defenses. Ahaha. Another division reinforcing the rebels. Come on, could you take out this battery, sirs? More reinforcements to come. Ah, those are the... Okay, good. Understand. So there is my weak spot in this case. Come on, let's charge them. Let's try to break this single formation. Do we have cavalry in reserve? Yeah, we have. It's also a bit ugly switching between those two spots all the time. Look how angry they are. Okay, now we match them in the open. So by numbers we decimate them, but this is just not worth anything right now. Come on. Break them if possible. No, 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 wrong. Yes. Might be we take them out here. Yes, they are routing. So maybe there we have them. Maybe. But what's going on with my little nightmare here? Frontline in total disarray right now. Good old Longstreet giving me a rough beating here. Nothing else I expect from him. Let's sneak up her good a bit. So there I want to surround them. This should be the breakthrough. Yeah, of course they secured this point. Let's just hope we turn the tide here. So they are shattered. They cannot hold much longer. What a graveyard of brigades this spot is. So let's bring the strong ones forward once again. Batteries, you concentrate on those guys. So they are down to 150 men. What the hell? We secured point A. They're shattered. Let's focus on the batteries. So maybe finally we make it. Maybe finally we make it. By totally grinding them down. So let's move him in the woods. We are strong enough here. I wonder when they will get their reinforcements here. Ah, hey there, Mr. White. Sorry, I was so distracted by the action right now. Did not see you in the first place. It's the final battle of the war right now. And it's a massacre. So this battery is finally down to 80 men, retreating. So let's... Kennedy's in the open, let's punch them out somehow. So I really shred First Corps by taking this single position. Poor fellas. Let's slowly feed in reinforcements. Let's see which units have some strength left. And second part of this offensive. Good. Some nice artillery in the open. Let's use the skirmishers to deal with them. I did want to dispatch some of you too. Okay, and the main force advance. Good work for those skirmishers. It's good. The battery shattered. We secured point C. Yeah, the cavalry wiped them. Nice.
More and more volunteer to save the Union, among them the famous Jero 505.
Jero, thank you for the follow. Nice to have you here. Some sharpshooters forward, maybe. Still, I don't get it, really. Probably I attacked at the wrong spot, maybe, but... How much more do I need to bleed them out here? How can they take such heavy beating? So, I would admire their bravery if it wouldn't be my men dying here. So, but here we turn their flank. This is good. Let's keep... there's a battery we could... Meanwhile, the advance continues south. Okay. Boah. In the meantime, the other part of our army is advancing via Williamsburg Road a few miles south. Okay. Another one of those... Confederate forces are currently stretched out so thin that only their dismounted cavalry guards those trenches and the nearby fort. Outstretched. Okay. Confederate infantry will surely rush to their aid, but if we act fast, we could overrun the defensive position before they are... Okay, a speed battle. Oh, and it's another part of the battlefield, so... this is the rest of Second Corps. Interesting. So let's move up with a haste. Let's see what we can bring. Especially let's bring the artillery into the open and see what we can scout with the cavalry. And in this case I really want to make use of my skirmishers to see what we can do with them. Forward, lads. This bloody 4. Oh dear, I fear the worst for this. So attacking at one spot. Yeah, but this was basically what I thought this is just what I was doing at this flag point, or not flag, yeah, flag point, and the point with the land, with the viewpoint. Okay, here they are. And the colonel wounded. Great job. Not. Okay. Oh, this will be another nightmare for sure. They are not in the trenches. There they are, but batteries closer to the front line. Hovey and Thomas forward. So this is mostly dismounted cavalry, except of this guy here and this brigade. Shit. So then we try to overrun this point here. Ah, they took me in the open. So let's bring in 5-2. So I really get greedy in this one. This is clearly not my usual strategy. This is much hastier than I always did it before. Yeah, the southern part worked well, that's right. Totally agree with this. Yeah, you're totally right. What weapons do they have? Carbines. Can we take control of this wood? Looks good. So crash out and you occupy Wallace. You go there and Gary reinforce the wood. Or the position in the wood to be precise. The batteries. You just open up on those poor fellas there. Already retreating. So Gary's skirmishers. Yep. So we should make short work of this cavalry with our massed columns of infantry. They don't want. They really don't want. And ransom. Oh, they escaped too, it seems, or retreated. Okay. Let's send those skirmishers back. Do not really need them right now. Let's even bring the battery forward a bit more. Here's Wallace. Let's keep him at bay. It's much nicer if we have them on the open. You make some nonsense there. Okay, there we have them running too. Where's my cavalry? There's another unit. Mumford. Okay, what's going on here? Countercharge. I have a feeling we should press on quickly here. Let's even move Gary up. There's this 4. There. Still a way to go. So let's pull back the cavalry. Come on, lads. Move on. Those skirmishers should occupy Wallace. Let's bring the artillery forward once again. That's a movement battle now.
More and more volunteer to save the Union, among them the famous Olaf Slayer 86.
Hey, Olaf Slayer, thank you for your follow too. Lots of new faces today, I really appreciate this. Never seen you so far, I think. The happier I am that you join in now. Yeah, I like it too, so... But I must admit, I'm a bit stressed right now, so... I never finished the Union campaign, so I do not know what exactly expects me here at Richmond. So I hope for the best. I have a strong army, but battle rages on the trenches. Okay. What now? Ah, good. This part again, and probably also the one up in the north. Our next reinforcements have been delayed. Probably your commander got lost on the road. We must continue our attack without them, knowing that the rebels are still growing stronger. You always get slaughtered at Richmond, so let's see what's happening to me. So this part of the battle was a nightmare so far. We punched the hole, but it's like First World War here. It's in the trenches back and forth. It's terrible, really. Although they are down to several hundred men, their brigades. By the way, what's going on there? A bloody cavalry unit. Exactly what I do not need now. Burnside wounded, poor fella. There we have some smaller detachment, but at least here we do well. We do more than well. There we turned them. Let's bring up whatever we have here. Let's redeploy the artillery. The commander. Okay, up north. Okay, what's... So, charge them. are in some force in here now. But... okay, they come out. So let's match them in the open with an ad hoc division. They really want to know. So I think soon my first units will be wiped. If I look at those 400 men from Hall, for example. Nevertheless, 3 units might form... that's too much. Let's bring them in the center. And forward. How far do we need to march to get up there? Way too far. Is there the first unit shattered? It's a nightmare, really. Let's counter their advance as good as possible. This is crazy. This is so crazy. And I cannot move up fast enough to give them the relief they need. What's messing there? Yeah, thank you for nothing. Okay, good. So, a defense line would be nice. Right now. So let's go for a double strategy. Let's counter those reinforcements and push further. Because they are wasted here. And here let's pull back to a defensive line in the open and try to pull them out somehow. If we trap them in the open, maybe bleed them out somehow. Okay, fighting historian's own, back to the center. What about this action here? So, let's try to intercept them. Forward. No time to lose. Where are those sharpshooters? There. Okay, okay, they are strong here. But we already have them on the run here. So let's intercept their advance. This seems to work somehow. Of course, we are stuck here a bit. There's good old Longstreet. What about my defense line here? Not that solid. Okay. This was a bad idea, obviously. Okay. But I think we dispatch skirmishers from them. Are there skirmishers left? Yes. So they can deal with them. Sharpshooters up to the north. And let's follow those people up. Okay, there's Walker. I just want to delay him. Okay, more ammunition forward. The commanding general forward. Confederate cavalry, awesome. Where? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's unbelievable how those units are shattered. This is a nightmare of a battle. So they keep Walker occupied, that's fine. Miller routing. So what do we have there? Those bloody cavalry, okay. But we have so many shattered regiments, we can deal with them. But I really shred First Corps in the battle of this bloody flag point. 5 here. Horribly exposed. Who's lurking around there? Anything left? Jackson maybe? Jackson is shock cavalry, so maybe we can take out this small unit. More wounded and they are shattered. Ah yeah, there was something about this. Skirmishers are not the first choice for defending such a position, but what can we do? So come on, Jackson, take them out. Meanwhile, forward everywhere. Kelly into the fray. What is 5 doing here? Ah, he was retreating. Ah, okay, this is not good. Hell of a lot of skirmishers around here. I hate your surprises. You know this. Okay. Forward. At any costs. I hate this. I hate those at any cost actions, but they don't give me any chance of doing it different. So shattered unit down there. Jackson's still alive, which is good. So finally we have them here. Bragg, wrong direction. Or did I send? No, I sent Rains back. Rains, you should secure this point. I don't trust the situation. What about here? Rather cavalry defense to 4. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, the Confederate dismounted cavalry is still resisting near the 4. We are now getting more reinforcements that will aid our advance. This is good. This is really good. 3rd Corps on the fray. The fort must be held till nightfall, or else our plans to assault regiment will fail. Confederate infantry will soon arrive to so it's advised to attack more aggressively. Oh, I'm doing quite aggressive right now. Don't worry about this. Here I'm terribly aggressive. So what do we have here? Good old 3rd Corps under Georgie McClellan. Exactly what I want here. An aggressive, dynamic general. So, of course they are terribly exhausted, but okay, artillery moving up. I need to decimate this cavalry as much as possible. And of course there are strong troops in the 4, but on this place I feel I can take them. Statistically this battle shouldn't have seemed so tough, but they are entrenched so much it's almost impossible to get to them. Yeah. So I said it earlier in this today's stream and also in other streams, so you really can feel the First World War coming up in the stage of the campaign. It's so crazy, all this. So since, let's say, 1864, you are in the trenches, basically. You are in the trenches, and but I think I have some momentum here right now. So this charge against the cavalry went well. There's a unit shattered. Rebel infantry, of course. This is who's coming up there. So what do we have here? 2nd Division, you form a screen up to the north. 1st Division, you move to the 4. And the artillery, there's some cavalry, this is good to know. And the artillery we will mass. There should be a 3rd battery. Anyway, grand battery time again. Ammunition forward. And they are on the run. Good. There they come. Okay. So now we pay the price for the rapid advance, but we will block them here. They are, yeah. Okay, they massively counter me here. So let's wait for a moment. Let's bring the troops up. So 1st Division will mass there. So it's no fun standing in front of this fortification here. Absolutely not. So bolster or center with the artillery a bit more. So skirmishers should be enough to deal with them right now. Let's bring Ashmore and Whitting to the south. There are also some skirmishers, that's fine. And first division moving up. Okay. What's there? I think they followed a smaller unit. They are shattered. It's a nightmare, this battle, really. Feels not like winning right now. So what do they have? 2 batteries with ammunition issues? The best message I've seen so far. Oh, they are routing. Good one. Good news. Maybe this works then. So, flanking time. Sheridan. So there we have more than enough to hold them. Yeah, that's fine. Latimer, stay in some reserve. Bloody battery here. Any dispatches possible? Yeah. Sheridan, you could dispatch some skirmishers too. Ah, Latimer. Want to distinguish yourself for the Union? Then go for it. Become immortal. Battery routed. Awesome. Okay. Feels much better right now than half a minute ago. Let's punch them out. Things going well here. What do we have in the rear? Battery. Let's move McClellan a bit away that I can select them easier. Yeah, forget it. What do we want to attack now? Them? Oh. Was missing them. Okay. Shall we then take the position then? And I want more shelling on Gracie. How the hell is McKeithen holding so well here? So they stick to this position. Come on, rear flank them. Good. It's crazy how decimated they are, but still they hold. Our time is running short, right? Then all in. So to be honest, I felt much better with Washington in my Confederate first playthrough than I do right now. Somehow I managed it better, or maybe I was not that. So in this battle I really rush, and maybe this is not good. So normally I play a bit more cautious, I think, but this is just a nightmare. Okay, so first time I decide a critical situation with a bayonet charge. Crasher, take the walls. This too. So here we have them. Here we have them. Yeah, probably because I never played. But I did not play Washington on my first campaign, played for 2, but somehow I found it, in my opinion, it was more suitable to my playstyle. I cannot really name it, but so time is up. What's going on now? We must prevail, of course we must prevail. We always must prevail. Let's come to my favorite part again. Oh, what do my eyes see? More of our brigades finally arrive on the battlefield. Secure the trenches before nightfall, or else our offensive cannot continue. Okay. So, what do we have here? Parts of 3rd Corps. One funny battery. And a 3rd Division. What are you guys? And the 4th Division. That will all sneak through the woods here. Costs me some time, but couldn't care less right now. By the way, Rain's moving backward, good. Let's... there's Walker still around, so what can... There are the sharpshooters. Let's give them something to shoot. So with this extra reinforcements, I have a better feeling, I must say. So let's think about it a bit more cautious what we do here. We do not need them to attack them, so let's use those skirmishers to trap those guys here sneaking around. Jackson. And let's bring up the brigades bring them in the open. And let's see if we can reinforce the center. Same with our bloody artillery. Okay. So those skirmishers marvelously pin down them. It's time to shift the battery again. So we push them out a bit. Still terribly costly, but we do well. We do well. There's a lovely target. Where are my sharpshooters? So those fellas won't have any... So gladly I only use skirmishers to deal with them. This battery should be brought up here too. And finally, look at this opportunity. So by sneaking through this wood with all those troops, we can press them there. So those cavalry bastards, sorry, but I do not feel any love for them anymore. So the shattered remains of 1st Corps will hold here for a while till... let's bring some sharpshooters close. Who is charging here, by the way? I have no idea. Ah, bloody hell. Okay, they fight desperately here, but with this pincer movement here, we push them. A multiplayer of this one, awesome idea, but yeah, would be I must admit I'm not that much of a multiplayer guy, so fuck you. Bragg, could you help for a moment maybe? So let's secure those cannon. I don't care if you don't have ammunition. So here we can drive them out. And with those fellas, we bolster our shattered 1st Corps. Nearly 3 hours to go. You could sneak up in a rear attack there. What has happened to this cavalry charge? So they are still intact, those batteries. This is good. Okay. Did they finally arrive? Yes. Ah, a better idea. Let's check for this viewpoint. You decided, fuck you. Did they shatter a battery? Not completely. Okay. So, look at this field here. What a... It looks like the moon. Where do they come from? Seriously. Okay, time to reorganize the advance here a bit better again. What do we have here? Batteries, tons of batteries. And a cavalry lurking around. Could this flag point is safe? Let's send back all those skirmishers. Since my units are so heavily beaten up. They might need some reinforcement. Appler, UCQ here. So, I want to drive them into the open now. Good flanking fire from my battery, this is nice. Numbers seem to be quite in my favor now, according to the indicator at the top of the screen. So, let's bolster this defense here somehow, and let's go in once again. I feel that they won't make it much longer. Dare we oppose them? Okay, there is another unit, but basically we are partly in cover now. They are extremely decimated. Let's follow up with Bragg. The sharpshooters don't really know what to do with them. And now they pay heavily. Dare they even move out of their trenches? What the hell is going on here? Could Lapine bolster the line here? Two hours. Come on, why not charging? To be honest, I would probably play completely different if this was not the last battle. This sounds so wrong somehow that I sacrifice my troops now that heavily, but as I said in the previous stage of this today's stream, I feel a bit like General Lee in the movie Gettysburg, where he says he just wants it to end. He just wants to put an end on it, and so this basically motivates him to pick his charge. And yeah, a bit I feel like this. So I just want to put an end to this nightmare, and other than Lee, I am in a comfortable situation that I know that this will end here. Okay. So more troops to bring up. So we swarm this hill now, and from there we roll up this bloody line finally. Let's send in anything with some decent strength. But mainly we'll make it via this flank now. Okay, they deal with this bloody battery. Okay, time to bring up the artillery a bit closer to the main battle line again. Of course, we did not hold it here. One and a half hours. Looks solid. If this, I think Walker was down here, if he's still sneaking around, he won't take this flag point. And we finally roll up their position. More skirmishers. Let's hope they still have a core unit to return to. And the reserve is coming up. Okay, 4th Corps. What do I need them there? Okay, let's bring them here in the open. I think there will be a final stage. So let's not move them up now. We will roll up their formation, and so finally we pulled them out of the woods nearly. Burnside decimated, Bruce in good condition. Whew. So now we trap them in the open. Time is running. What about 3rd Division? They are cavalrymen. Maybe we can use them to sneak around a bit. Let's go in once again. Let's blast him out with the artillery. No own cavalry nearby. Okay, the supplies already retreat in my direction. If it wasn't that horrible altogether, I maybe would like this, but come on. What's lurking around there? I really don't see it. Let's better... there are some fellas. Benning, you move up. Ah, you take care of Mumford. Brian, you could take this position. Scales surrendered. Is this one of mine? Or one of them? I think it's one of them. The fighting historians own forward, take this point. "44 minutes left. And we take it. We take it. It was a slaughter for my men, but it's one for them now too. Their last charge. But this time they won't retake it. I won't let them. So Goodwin won't make it much longer, I think. Yep, he's out of the game. Let's take the supply point. And the reserve corps is still mostly in reserve. Since they talked something in the mission briefing about attacking the city itself, maybe it's good that they are still up to the task. So Brown's battery here. Nevertheless, it remains a nightmare. So Gary routing. Let's push in with Lepine, with Haggard, with all the men that still have some strength. Push forward in the cover of the wood, maybe around the flank. But the point we have, the fighting historians own will defend it. What a battle. What a battle. So in the darkest nights of the year, since it's winter solstice today, one of the darkest hours as commander, only the price of winning the war is worth this. Of course it's not over. But if we've taken this position, we can take all of Richmond. So we have taken the 4 by bayonet. We have taken those positions. We did quite well here by surrounding this. We've pressed on steadily here. The only big mistake I made was my headlong push here. With all the other incidents in this battle, I'm fine. All the other actions I can justify as a commander. This assault here was too headlong. If I would play it again, since I know now what reinforcements come and that I can turn them here in the south, I would just pin them in place here as I did in previous battles and shell them with some artillery, keep the infantry out of range, and so, but it's the first time, so you have the excitement now to see me doing this battle for the first time. Now holding the fort. Although we secured the trenches, it is of utmost importance to capture the fort near the city, otherwise we will not be able to launch our next attack towards Richmond. Okay. Yeah, nice, but come on, what should go wrong? So, but sorry, excuse me for one moment, I just need to go to the toilet quickly, since there will be a bit of battle left, so please just give me this single moment. I'll be back in a minute. So, and another thing I need to do, I need to put my audio receiver to the charger. And charging is the right thing now to say. Let's have a sip of cold tea. So this reminds me of some live acting role plays I went to with my group, with my medieval group. So I know live acting role play is fantasy and not compared to history or stuff like this. But there, 1 or 2 times, 3 times, I was in overall command of this group. Did not do that well. Had to step back from the post finally because it was too stressful for me. But I also forget completely to eat and drink. And I had my cook all the time running behind me and taking care of me. that I get something to eat. So, but it's a complete different story. So, let's see what we can do. Nice. What's that? 4th Corps. The funny reserve corps. So what I will do now, I will drive them back as good as possible. Let's bring them up. So there are enough troops around the fortification. So we deploy 4th Corps a bit up north in this direction. So they are terribly beaten up here. No way with the current troops to take it back, but I expect them to get some reinforcements, but till this happens... yeah. You know what I want to say. I just do not see them retaking it right now. Obviously not. Not with this balance of forces that we have currently. Yeah, of course surprises, but as long as they don't get a Death Star that blasts this 4 away, we should be able to handle it. Okay, there the numbers go up here. Where do they come from? So we have scouts nearly everywhere. I bet they do not come from down here. I bet they come somewhere from the north. So, what do we have? 4th Corps is an infantry division. So this infantry division will take first position in the defense line. Let's pull behind the cavalry a bit. A bit overpowered to take them out. Next task. I want to have a grand battery, and I want to have it now. So since this is the reserve corps, there should... this is some cavalry here. So the grand battery will not be that grand, but at least it should point to the north. Next, I want to have ammunition with the cannons. What else can we do? What is 3rd Division? This is a cavalry division. Let's keep them on our flank. So, which troops defend the 4 right now? This is part of 4th Division. So you are 1st Division. So where's the remainders of 4th Division here? Good. So Gary, you replace Bass for the moment. Here they come. Good. So 4th Division will finish this task. What are you? 3rd Division. Where are your troops? Spread out. They only have 2 units, so let's bolster the front line here. I again trapped with my usual playstyle to keep divisions together as much as I can. For example, also this unit, they will take, they should take the first defense line here, and this task is over, so they will, 4th division will hold the 4. What are you from? 2nd division. You kind of stay in reserve with the 4 because I do not trust the peace. Except of you, maybe you should better stay here. On the other hand, maybe it's time to use the cavalry for what they are good for. So the Grand Battery is taking up her work. Nice. Proceeding to the next day, yeah. Come on, yet now when I start reorganizing my army. But okay. That's fine. So it's the next day. Let's see what we face. We have some reinforcements. Not coming up, but untouched mostly. And it's 21,000 against 76. So there were lots of battles in this war where I only had around 76,000 men. I even outnumber them with guns, but they have clearly more guns than me. I think I could go back to the camp, but what should I go for? I want to play it smoothly. Don't see any justification for returning to a camp in the midst of a battle. Yesterday we succeeded in securing the eastern entrenchments by penetrating and capturing the command post located here. I know, don't remind me of this. All the way south. Continuing at New Bridge Road. Okay. And the 4 is probably here, yeah. And ending at Williamsburg Road. We also captured the 4 that commanded the strategic area. I hate it. Today we are going to attack the east side of Richmond, and this is not going to be easy. 5 forts and strong trench networks surround the city. 2 forts are dominating the southeast defenses. Okay. The powerful Star Force is guarding the eastern route to Richmond. Yeah. Oh God. Another Confederate force located further north. And the last one. And lastly, this one is blocking the north side of the city. So if I only would see this map, I would be terrified. But since I know of the numbers and that I outnumber them 3-1, our army is going to begin the attack from this direction. Since I know the numbers, I feel I can do it somehow. When the Confederates begin shifting their forces to the north, we will start a simultaneous attack from the east. And probably from the south? Yeah, southeast. And finally we take Richmond, huh? We have to progressively capture all the force. This will allow us to proceed to the town and force the remaining rebels to surrender. Okay. General, we are ready to attack at your command. Yeah. The 4 must be captured in order to secure our advance from the north. In about 2 hours, the rest of the army will attack simultaneously from all sides. Whew. And those guys are the beaten up First Corps, of course. This is ugly. This is really gruesome. Oh, come on. Those poor fellas. Fourth Division is in a quite okay condition. But yeah, the numbers, terrible. Second Division, not much better. So this is the biggest problem now, that I have to lead the assault with those battered troops. So let's sneak up and see what they got. Let's form up a battery here in the open cornfields. So yeah, I should not have but sacrificed them that heavily. So let's see what they have in the defense. Strong full brigade. It's okay. I hate it. I really hate it. 2 batteries, 2 brigades. Ugly. First of all, the original plan was okay. Damn it. Well, I cannot snipe them out with my snipers. I need to attack somehow. Let's send in decimated 4th Division in the lead. Oh, I just realized that obviously Iron Brigade was wiped out. They would have been part of 1st Division, and obviously they aren't anymore. And there are more troops, at least they are decimated. And what the hell is Shaw doing here? Let's immediately send reinforcements. Okay, they are wiped already. This is madness. This is madness. They are wiped too. Haney wounded. Walker routing. Walker wounded or dead? Wounded. No way. No way. Their numbers do not even go down. this battle is the end of First Corps by any means. But it's interesting, so since this is not an historical battle, of course I have no idea what's going on there. So if you think about, for example, the Battle of Chancellorsville, when I played this, of course my historian myself knew what happens at Chancellorsville, so and I was not that surprised by the flank attack, but in this case I cannot even use my knowledge about history. I can only fight it. Next unit shattered. This is madness. Yeah, we will see then, because it's more than obvious that I won't take it. So I try to keep up my pressure as good as possible. Another unit shattered. This was the fight. No, the fighting historian's own is up there. So this is the problem, that the units are so decimated that they rout at the first sight. So I wonder, was there a chance to switch the troops to corps? Probably not. Probably not. So I do not even think it would make sense to take this position here. But come on, let's try it. Literally, what could we lose? What could we lose? Yeah, okay, an interesting idea. Ah, look, there are batteries, there is another unit. So in half an hour game time we know what will happen. And if I will ever play this battle, of course, I will never again charge that heavily at this point. Let's move them behind. Let's move. Ah, those are the sharpshooters. I did not even bring the main unit here down to less than 1,000. Artillery concentrating on them. Another one routing. My heart is bleeding again, but this time not for the enemy. Clearly not. Okay, gentlemen, this was futile. Let's retreat whatever unit we have. Keep up the shelling. Shaw, you go into the woods. The rest of the infantry rallies behind the artillery. if the game works as it usually works, then you have the whole battle to take this position. If not, I'm lost. I've lost. So, but look, the numbers. Yeah, of course, since I had so many units wiped. So let's keep the skirmishers in the wood to observe them a bit. So I really feel pity for my first corps, since of course it accompanied me the whole campaign. So what I'm doing now I should have done in the first place. So at least after the first failed assaults, I should have pulled back. But as I said, I felt like okay. Yeah. This was my own figure. Shit. Would be sad if I lose it now completely, but well, then it's the game, and then I know it from now. One minute left, then we know if we continue or if not. Okay, commenced attack from the east. Probably they will countercharge and totally wipe me out. At least this looks more like an army here. The majority of our brigades can now attack the east side of the town. Do not hesitate, bring your men forward. Yeah. Although they are also decimated. Our main target are the force. Concentrate all your firepower near the force. This one and this powerful staff, or proceed with caution. Yeah. Whew. Okay. So this is 4th Corps. The reserve one. Wait, different plan. Different plan. 3rd Corps. Lead the way. There's also battery. 4th Division stays somewhat behind. And what are you guys? You are parts of so let's see what's awaiting us here. And I also want to collect every bloody cannon. To concentrate my firepower, as they said. And I will do so here. And they will attack, of course. Not the cannon, anyway. So no resistance here. Let's see where we first meet them. No resistance here. be doable, you say. I hope. I really hope. So of course now you have my usual redeployment going on again. But you should be used to this already. Some cavalry waiting here. Let's also concentrate the ammunition. Maybe not this one. Although I do not really know what it should be good for. Anyway. Is anybody moving there? They are, somehow. So I want to proceed further, since I have no clue where they are hidden. So there were some units, so let's take them out with this division. And you guys are 2nd division. By the way, Captain, I really appreciate that you accompany me that long today, so I know normally it's time for your beauty sleep. But it feels better having some company here. What are you guys? 4th division. Let's mass you somewhere here in the south. So here they are. So it's battery hunting time, you ugly fat bastards. And here we are in the open. Okay, you know what? We will use part of the army to head for this 4. And therefore we will also deploy parts of the artillery. Yeah, those units. And meanwhile, you guys take the lead in the advance here. I always forget this cannon. And you secure this flank and the cavalry. Their moment will come. I feel it. So the numbers are terribly in my favor right now. We should use this. We really should use this. Oh, come on. Haste up. So there is some shelling going on, but with those 3 divisions, we take them out there. And with them, we'll concentrate on this 4. Let's march from north to south, it's better. You guys concentrate on this 4 too. And grant battery issues. Up in the open with you. So this is a plan. This is a plan I like. Pushing against them here. Vastly surrounding them. Of course we get flanking fire. And soon there will be reinforcements, of course, since I understand how the game works. Therefore, let's push against them here. Oh, look at them, how desperately they are in the open. And gladly also the batteries from the 4 support us here. Not from the 4, but from the north here. Oh, at least the one still intact. Oh no! This is madness. This is really madness. So... you guys start proceeding on this one. You guys proceed here. And what is this unit? They shift to the south a bit. So shut up. Sorry, I just had to kick out this bloody bot. So, supply surrendered, good. Now concentrate on them. So we will overwhelm them by sheer force now. Just to make sure that we have this obstacle in the north wiped out. Until midnight, this would be nice, but I wonder if I can do this. But please don't tell me how much there's ahead. I feel real tension right now, and so what about this action here? It's kind of we pin them in place for the moment. So, time to shift forces south. So, come on, you bloody batteries. What unit is this, by the way?
More and more volunteer to save the Union, among them the famous Frontline _reenacting.
Hey, Frontline reenacting, nice to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Let me guess, if you are a reenactor, you probably know what's going on here. The attack from south has begun. Okay. What's going on there? While our forces attack Richmond from north and east, more of our corps are starting to attack from south. This is good to hear. We must climb the high ground and storm this fort. And the other next to it, then the way to Richmond will be open. Oh, completely different battlefield right now. And battered second corps, but gladly not that terribly battered as first one. Oh. Let's see what we can do here. They are somewhat decimated. Let's keep them here in the fields. They look quite... those were the troops that held this fort, I think. Yeah, this was the one I captured. And what's there from... why is the... no, it's perfect. Good. So frontline reenacting, do you do reenactment yourself? Which periods, which epochs? Would be curious to know about it. And again, the numbers are terribly low, so come on. Let's push. What could possibly go wrong? Huh? Poor Burnside decimated, so let's keep him in reserve for this advance. In a couple of different units for reenacting for Civil War of 28th Massachusetts, the Irish Brigade. Then you have my warm welcome. So I must admit, I myself do not really do reenactment in the classical sense. So we took part in some Civil War reenactments so far, but mostly as an Irish folk band, and those trenches are totally empty. So we have an Irish folk band, and we added some Civil War songs to the set list, but well, I took part in some reenactments too, so served with the artillery 2 times, served with the infantry 2 times, but it's not the case that I mostly do the battle part of the reenactment. We are more the music guys. But of course, since we do Irish folk music, we have a strong sympathy for the Irish Brigade, of course. I'm missing the momentum here. This crossing here is terribly bad. So maybe it's better here. So reins forward, take on the artillery. What a bloody terrain. And come on, let's move signals back. I do not trust the situation here. you guys from 4th Division, you bolster the assault on this redoubt here. What a clumsy advance. What a clumsy advance. Okay, this battery's gone. Okay. You guys stop this. We take this from the rear. And then take this one. No, this is Petersburg is not really represented in the game. It's a fictitious battle for Richmond indeed. So you can play the whole, I do not know if you know this game, but you basically play the whole course of the war from both sides, and the final battle you either fight for Richmond or you fight for Washington. So this is basically the thing. And I get shattered here. And the problem is that I do not bring a coordinated attack forward. This is my big problem here right now. So tons of shattered units rallying here. Artillery far from taking part into the action. Ah! I really do not like... Besides the numbers, so if you don't know the game, the bar up there indicates the numbers. Blue are mine, red are the reps. So hardly anybody from the enemy on the field, but let's move them around. Come on. Let's try to bring up as many brigades as possible. Let's improvise a second line. Burnside is in the cover of the wood now, which is good. I get impatient now, you see and feel it probably. But at least we routed the battery. Can we charge there? Nope, cannot. Let's follow. We routed them too, good. So Thomas retreating. But we have a foothold in the 4. Good. Then we should be able to take them. We secured it, also nice. They are faltering. Got the battery retreating too. they cannot charge at the moment, but they can. So then do it. And meanwhile form another strike force to advance on the last 4 here. Time to redeploy the batteries too. Okay, let's push out cogs. They hold here, fine. Let's bring him over across the river. Ah, you are at Antietam. Which side do you play? Union or Rebels right now? It's so annoying, the single battery here. Union, so then so I like Antietam from both sides, to be honest. By the way, don't we have some cavalry around? Yeah, there. I think for the Union, well, of course you have this tough, you have to attack. That's basically the problem, but it's a cool battle to play. And not as terrible as I expected, so I did quite well in it. So I started the Confederate times several times in this game. The Union... Oh dear. Do we need to charge now? If I look about the timer. Come on, let's hurl in everything. It's a bit crazy, but it works somehow. Can we take this point? So I do not know if I need to take it in time, but better to have it than to need it. Good. Secured. And if you are already at... they surrendered a unit. Good. If you are at Antietam right now, then you have the cool battles. You have the cool battles ahead. Fredericksburg. Well, it's not so cool for the Union. Chancellorsville is an interesting one. Gettysburg, of course. And Innovation Dude, thanks for joining in last time. You have to leave now. Yeah, this crazy guy is streaming at 7 a.m. tomorrow. And so good night, my friend, and we talk soon. So attack continues from all sides. So gladly we overtook this 4. And now I have the rebels are desperately defending to the last man. It's madness to keep attacking. Men fall like flies from rifle fire and cannon shots. But we must continue advance to the city. So I do not feel it that mad right now. I think I'm doing quite well. Meanwhile, the Confederate cavalry has been spotted operating to our flanks and poses a real threat to attack us at any time now. Okay. This is the moment for my cavalry division. And first of all, first and foremost, we need to take this bloody 4. So the cavalry does not really like this. But anyway. So those troops keep in reserve, but let's better secure this flank. Bring the ammunition forward and Bliss. you please dispatch some skirmishers to this viewpoint. Okay. First task, taking this 4. Looks quite well. We have them somewhat in the open. They mass up here. What are you guys? We secured the 4. Good. But of course we need to wipe out those troops here entirely. Meanwhile, let's do the Beaufort move. Beaufort is also here. And let's shift all remainders of 1st Corps. Let's do the Gettysburg move. Again, let's shift it to the small wood in the center of the battle line, where it will be totally safe for sure. Okay, bit support might be needed here. And here it would be time to assault. Sheridan in the lead. Brian coming up. Bess. Ammon. Where is the rest of 1st Division here? They retreated a bit. This unit totally in reserve right now. Okay. Good to know. Maybe we should shift them here to bolster the attack on this 4. So, but we will only fully attack as soon as this one is ours. There's the rebel cavalry. Okay. Not strong enough to harm me. There's 2nd part of the cavalry division. Let's bring them up. And I want to take out this 4. They are down on their knees, my man, too. So why didn't you dismount? Nevertheless, then support here. Okay, we drive them out. Let's hope Trimble won't be wiped entirely. Okay. The advance here is going extremely well. So it will be a victory. I have no more doubt about it. We will make it with horrible losses, but so 1st Corps can be dismissed entirely after this battle. But what else can we do? Look at the minimap, how many units moving around here. And gladly it is only 1st Corps that was beaten up that much, not the rest of the army. You dismount and do some flanking fire. Gary surrendered. Good, nice one. This means you guys take the 4. You guys form up here. You guys advance here. And now it's time to move on this 4. And what about the Grand Battery? Nope, not you. Let's take with us the last remaining battery of 1st Corps. poor fellas that so the loss of first corps is brutal. But so you take the walls, Wilcox the center. Meanwhile, situation here quite well, good. Where is the rest of this division? Somewhere there. Ah, Trimble survived. Nice to see. That is already what? I clicked too fast. Okay. The Confederates are not giving up their ground. Thousands die, but yeah. Come on. So it's a bit overstretching now. More Confederate cavalry. Ah, damn you with your bloody cavalry. Seriously. So let's... What unit is this? Let's move back all of them. Just to secure this. We could take Richmond, by the way. Which unit is this? 2nd Division. So let's use them to advance on Richmond. What do we have remaining? 1st Division. You could... So then you advance here. And 3rd Division. You are the strongest, basically. So then you advance and... Yeah, we will see. You occupy the fortress. Cavalry move back to dismount and take the other part of the fortress. And the artillery, we should concentrate again and rally them here. Burnside, what was the task of 1st Division? Okay, so 1st Division will take those defenses here. What's the rest of 1st Division? Those 2 units. So then you take this one. Yeah. And you stay in reserve here. And 3rd Division, you move up and wipe out those remaining units there. So this is basically a bit boring now. So of course there will be a cavalry action, but so terrible as the first part of the battle was, as boring is the latter now. And don't talk to me about whatever surprise is coming up. So you take this one, alright. Troops are moving up. What about Richmond Central? Ah, sharpshooters, good. Where's the commanding officer? Here. 2 hours for this one? Seriously? Okay, we secured Richmond. Where do we need ammunition? Maybe the front line. And we do not hold Fort Jackson so far. This is the last one. Yeah, Captain, thanks for staying with me that long. I cannot repeat it often enough. I really all the time appreciate your company, your clever advices from your long experience in the game. By the way, who is interested in the game, give Kapitän Hake a follow. He's also streaming Ultimate General Civil War, and he has a bit of a different playstyle than I have, but nevertheless cool to watch. So just check him out if you want. And I hope I see you next time. So I think after Christmas it might be time to start the Confederate campaign again, just to give them justice. But maybe I need a break, I think. So so this feels heavily like mopping them up. Nevertheless, that's how the game goes. So now or never. Good that I do not. The day is ending and soon the battle will be over. We must capture the town and the force, or else we fail. One final charge can bring their total victory. March to glory. Yeah. Okay, there we have the whole bloody map now. Let's dispatch them from there. Let's order 5 there. Let's mount them. They have absolutely no chance. Oh. Okay. So nice that we can bring up a second Grand Battery to shell the 4. There come reinforcements. Look at this. So therefore we bring those troops in support quickly. Let's even pull out troops from the garrisons here. They should take the supplies, because we are more than enough to deal with all this here. So let's chase them down. So this 4 won't be any problem anymore. Let's just encircle it properly. Meanwhile, take out the batteries. The only problem we face is this countercharge here. Therefore, I want to break those guys and shift all available cavalrymen to this hotspot. Those are cavalrymen. Any other horsemen left? Doesn't seem so. Yeah, Confederates secure Richmond. Not really confused about this. Let's keep banning behind to deal with them. Let's mount Buford and Daniel. Down to the south, my brave horsemen. Okay. They have driven me out. But wait. So what else is going on? There is a single battery Okay. Is this unit taken out? Yes. Mount up. And whole 3rd Division, you amass here. Okay. And let's build up a force against the guys at Richmond. Let's expand the line a bit more. Everything going well. This battery. Where is the remaining cavalry unit of Devons? Here. So 3rd Division. Okay, we secured this 4. Good. There's only 1 battery remaining. Probably not for long. So therefore 2nd Division of 4th Corps we press on Richmond too. And we redeploy the battery once again. So, well, it doesn't make much sense to play this now. So, the outcome is more than obvious. So the countercharge trapped me a bit, especially with those batteries here, I just realized. Nevertheless, they do not really do well there. And we start shattering their units. Where's this cavalry? So please charge them. So what's that? A unit shattered. So obviously one of those fighting in Richmond itself. So Rogers held, although he got heavy losses, but those Napoleon guns are terribly good at shorter distances, where they can bring their, where they can use their canister shot to a high degree. So you guys on to Richmond, finally. Let's swarm it with the cavalry a bit, just to see what's going on there. So there they push. There they push against me. But as long as I hold the force, I really do not care that much about this. So a town is no place for mounted archers. Surrendered. Asuk is close combat cavalry. Interesting. Did not think about this. So Buford leading his what was not given to him in reality. In reality, as we know, at least from the movie Gettysburg, let me say, I would not know it without the movie Gettysburg. But Buford did not survive the war. He died later in 1863 from pneumonia. But if he would have survived the war till the end, I'm pretty sure he would have been one of the leading Union cavalry commanders, especially after he distinguished himself at Gettysburg. And it's coming to an end now. I think when the 19 minutes... Richmond is also contested for 48 minutes, so I think we have to wait till this timer is gone down. So let's keep Ammon back and also him. But it's no matter anymore. So there they clump up. So let's bring forward 4th Division. But it's over. The US Civil War in this campaign is finally over. Oh, by the way, nobody in this 4. So let's use this reserve division. That's so crazy if you at the end of such a battle have literally whole divisions to secure such points. I cannot see any need to redeploy the artillery, but let's just do it because we can. But let's say I just want to bring down the time. Gladly the time is running a bit faster in this game, since it's 10 after midnight here. Yeah. I should go to bed soon after this, definitely. But it needs to be fought till the end. This was also a kind of a thing with the US Civil War, that was kind of a total war. So really a war fought with all resources till the bitter end. But you might say that this was also the case for the Napoleonic Wars, at least from the French side. So since France took part in all the Napoleonic Wars, obviously they were also fighting it with nearly all their resources. A bit similar to the Civil War, but also the first war of this kind. Well, not the Napoleonic Wars, basically the Revolutionary Wars, with the first levée en masse, the mass recruitment of troops and stuff like this. So those were the first signs of a modern days war. Well, today not anymore, since of course today we do not look at them. We do not have a levée en masse. We go back to professional armies mostly those days. But for the 19th century, the Revolutionary Wars foreshadowed it, and the US Civil War kind of continued with this concept. So those bastards just head to the south. What could we bring to intercept them? Not that it would be necessary for anything anymore, but So 10 minutes in the timer. I think not much more than 2 minutes in real time. I never counted how the times can be compared. Oh, poor Zook fighting here desperately in the midst of the enemy. Maybe not my most brilliant cavalry move. Would be a shame to lose him now. So he's routing. But he's still more than 500 men, so he will make it. And 2 minutes to go. And I think as long as Richmond isn't any longer, as soon as Richmond is no longer contested, this should be the end. It is the end. 15th of March, 1864. And Richmond is fallen. All of them were there. Kemper, Wade Hampton, Anderson, Garner, Beauregard, Hill, Longstreet, Ewell, Gordon. Don't know Gordon, to be honest. Yeah, I know him, but wasn't he a division commander at Gettysburg? In Ewell's corps? I think so, but I'm not that sure. 56,000 casualties. 11,000 more than the enemy. This is madness. This is pure madness. This is absolute mayhem. So lots of promotions going on. Brave Heinzelmann, a lieutenant general now. He fought valiantly in the last battles of the war. Not much other stuff going on. So not forget about the goods. So it doesn't play any role anymore. The war is over. And so is this campaign. We get no career points, nothing else. Lots of reputation. And we have a grand victory. Okay. Hooray, the Union has finally prevailed. The Confederate capital is taken and the rebels signed a peace treaty accepting our terms. The brutal civil war that cost the lives of thousands and divided our nation for more than 4 years is finally over. All Confederate generals have surrendered, including Lee, your greatest adversary. The country will be united again, and slavery shall cease to exist in the United States. Yeah. This is what they finally fought for. Not at the beginning, but also not only in the end, but it was the best achievement of this war to end this brutal and inhuman capital of history. To end the slavery. That's also what I really do not like when I will start the Confederate campaign. So you can admire the Confederates for their military deeds. They fought brilliant battles, especially their great commanders Lee and Jackson. But it was for the wrong cause. So, well, today they always say it was not about the slavery, or not only. Yeah, maybe it was not only about the slavery, but so much tensions that led to the Civil War were just based on the question of slavery. So you cannot deny that it was about it. And fighting 4 years, partly such brilliant battles for this cause, feels, yeah. Nevertheless, it's a game. It's a game, and I think you should keep in mind what you are playing here. So that's the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of the Second World War, especially not from the German side. As German and myself, I have my problems with it. Yeah. Nevertheless, the Reconstruction era begins that will reform our nation and ensure that Americans will never fight Americans again. So it be. So it be. Your story. In the war between the states, your leadership and skill became a matter of national pride. No. As you probably can suggest from what I just said, I'm not that much into the Second World War. So it is not my favorite epoch in history. Especially the whole 20th century is not my... That is not only the issue as being a German and the Second World War. It's also an issue, but... So the 20th century is not my favorite epoch. So I really am interested in the Middle Ages. I do some reenactment or recreation stuff in the Middle Ages too, which you can see here, for example, on my Instagram. But Middle Ages interest me, and the 18th and the 19th century, especially Napoleon, interest me a lot. So there's my strong point in history, and the 20th century does not interest me that much. So therefore, also not the Second World War. And therefore, I also do not play Heart of Iron. So I never tried it, but for me, it's just a thing. There are so many games I like to play that I cannot even play them all. So neither can I play Heart of Iron. So let me get it wrong. I have no problem with anybody liking it, to play it. That's absolutely everybody's choice. So as I said, it's a game. So I will also play the Confederate campaign, of course. And so if you keep in mind what happened in history and do not totally... So, for example, what I do not like, I sometimes watch YouTube content, for example, about Strategic Command, World War II, World at War. And some people that comment there use that kind of language used in the Third Reich. They talk about the final Endsieg and stuff like this, and I really hate this. So it's so easy to adapt the side you play in a game, but you should never forget what you do there. Also, it's just a game, but you play in such games. You play the Third Reich partly, and it's just... Maybe this is just what I do not like. I also... So if you think about what the South really fought for, it's not that easy picking the side. So although you can admire them for some strategic achievements and victories, but it's the issue with the slavery, and I will never like this aspect about it. And yeah, the Grand Tactician, I really want to give it a go. I think the problem is that it's still in the beta version or whatever. So I will give it a go, definitely. I'm curious how it works. I've seen some videos about it, especially from the history guy. You maybe know him, this guy on YouTube that makes lots of content about the Civil War, also about here, this game, Ultimate General. So I was totally curious about it. I like the game mechanic that you have this kind of grand strategy point of view, that you do not have that much micromanagement. You really... It's real time, you move around all the armies, have to recruit, stuff like this. So I like the complexity of it. I probably get also lost in it a bit. But I will give it a go one day for sure. Definitely. I don't know when. I did not already buy it. So I think sooner or later I will give the Confederate campaign another playthrough here, for sure. At the moment, I'm also doing some crazy other stuff. For example... Oh, thank you very much. Okay, oh, where are you from, Frontline reenacting, if I may ask? So the issue is, when I started streaming, I played Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail. Also, awesome game. I loved it a lot, because there you also have this aspect of naval battles, and they are so brilliantly made. And I decided to stream it in English. The reason is, for me, it's a good practice, and I also thought I get more viewers in English because this is such a small game, and if I would do it in German, I didn't expect finding any viewers. So I wanted to start with this kind of smaller game. And you're so a frontline reacting from New England, and you're Rochester, NY, New York, the state New York, right? I think so. So yeah, for me this is a good practice, and thanks for the compliment. But there are also streams I do in German. So, for example, at the moment I have several co-op campaigns running. I have a co-op campaign in Warhammer Total War, and now you may ask what this has to do with a fighting historian. Nothing, of course. But I love Warhammer Total War a lot. I like the Total War games altogether, most of them. And yeah, I started a co-op campaign with a friend, also from Germany, and of course we do it in German. We communicate in German, and if there's somebody writing to me in English, I answer, of course, but you cannot play for 8 or 10 hours co-op. We do it on the weekend mostly, and talk English all the time. That's impossible. Also, I play with some friends a pretty cool alternative history game. It's Iron Harvest. It's set in the 20th century, but in an alternative setting where there are some diesel-powered mechs involved in the First World War. And so you have kind of a First World War setting, and the nations there are called Polania and Rusviet and Saxony, which basically represents Russia or the Soviet Union. It's not that clear. It's a mixture of both. So they have the Tsar remaining, but have a red star in their national emblem or weapon. Coat of arm. And Saxony is basically the German Empire, and Polania is Poland. And there you can even play a co-op campaign with 3 people, and 2 friends of mine and we played. It's so cool because you can switch the tasks. So one is in the offensive, one is defending the base, the third one is making a flanking maneuver. This is also quite awesome, but it also, of course, has nothing to do with history. So I try to find a mixture with my content right now. Doing my history games, my solo single-player games in English, with all the dress up in every stream. So that's kind of my style. But the history content I do in English, and when I play it in single player, and if I have a co-op running and more fantasy stuff, then it's mostly in German. So you think German is a cool language, so I think English is quite cool. So it's just a reason that you can reach so many people with it. That's what I really like about it. So if you like alternative history, then give Iron Harvest a go. I do not get paid for saying this. It's a pretty cool game indeed. Or just have a look at my playthroughs. So here on Twitch you find some. Yesterday did a triple co-op, and if you want to see older videos, let me just link you my YouTube channels. There are also the older videos saved that are not longer available on Twitch. So just check it out if you're interested. The visuals are awesome. So it's kind of it's a bit based on Company of Heroes, they say. I never played Company of Heroes. Again, the Second World War issue. But they say it's a bit like this. You have 5-man squadrons, you can take cover, you can go into houses, you can take cover behind walls and stuff like this. But then you also have those giant 5 meter, 10 meter, 15 meter high diesel-powered mechs that rush down everything, that walk through houses. And it's awesome designed. So the visuals are truly great, and they have an amazing storyline. So if you like cool stories too, the campaign is just great from the telling of the story. You have several heroes per faction, you feel with them, you want to know how their story continues, and also the campaign is not like in the old, let's say, so if you know the old Warcraft 3, there's also so that it's one all-together story, but you switch the point of view 3 times. First humans, then undead, then orcs, and then in the end the elves. And in Iron Hearts it's the same. You start with Polonia, then switch to the point of view of Saxony and Roosevelt, and in the end Saxony. But it's on whole, it's a story. It's a continuous storyline. It's not one ending of the war and then you play the other. So awesome story, cool setting with this mechs and alternative history stuff. Give it a go if you like alternative history, really. And yeah, I'm a bit. So I wonder what I will do. So I have 2 weeks of Christmas holiday ahead. So tomorrow is my last day to work. That's the reason why I will end the stream soon, although I really enjoyed talking to you right now a bit. And I hope we can continue this on a certain day. The thing is, I already have Empire Total War campaign running, but it's in the final stage. It's just mopping up the map. I will do this in the Christmas holidays, probably. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like if people enjoy what I do here. So if I just wanted to play games, I just could do this for myself. But basically when the first lockdown started, I decided I need something that I can do from here, from home. So as I said, normally I do my medieval recreation, I do my Irish folk Civil War band reenactment. So it's not full reenactment as I told, but so I normally I spend most of my free time, my holidays during the year on my historical hobbies, and now I can't because all the events are cancelled because the pandemic has us in its grasp. And so then the idea came up to do streaming. They can also dress up fancily and have history related topics. Yeah, that's awesome. Do it. So today I didn't bring many historical informations, but sometimes I try to show some books or some photographs or whatever I find to bring some more history. Today I was too thrilled about all the setup, and also today were no historical battles. So what can I tell you about this fictitious Battle of Richmond that never took place like this? So yeah, but just. I always appreciate if people bring history to gaming and to streaming. So that's my plan. That's what I want to do myself. And I really appreciate if other people do this. So if you're interested, I'm building up a Discord server. It's not too big already. I want to have some historical conversations there too and stuff like this. So if you want, it's all the stuff, all the links is just an offer from my side to you. If you are interested, just feel free to have a look whenever you want. I'm pretty sure you both gave me a follow today. I think you were the 2 guys. Thank you for this again. And I hope this ensures that we will see again. So, Frontline reenacting, do you already stream yourself? Or is it just a plan for you? So this gives me a good idea. I think I will build up a channel on my Discord about fellow streamers, where it's totally okay to announce other streams and stuff like this, to build up a kind of small... yeah, you need to upgrade the computer. So funnily, I had to do the same just a week ago. So the problem was that when I started streaming Warhammer Total War 2, this was just madness. This did not work. It worked playing it alone, but not with streaming. So I had to upgrade it. I hope I can use the Christmas presents to kind of get back the money, because this was normally more than I wanted to give, but now it's working smoothly. Awesome. Great. So, let's leave this menu. So I must admit, I like the end game more in the Union campaign. So I thought in the Confederate it's tougher in the later one. But I will nevertheless go back one day to give the Confederate campaign a go. But for today, my friends out there, I will give my bet a go, because yeah, it's late. It's half an hour after midnight here. Thanks for staying here that long. Thanks for having a chat with me after the campaign end. I really liked this. Hope to see more of you, either in my chat or maybe even on your own streams. So if I forget, remind me that I want to introduce a kind of sub-channel on my Discord for fellow streamers, where it's okay to make announcements or whatever. And I hope we see you again. But for the day it's over. I wish you a good day. It's not yet a good night. Make sure you check out the Great Conjunction if it's still able to. Okay. I will have a look. But yeah, for now I go offline. Sorry, I would love to spend more time with you guys, but although it's my last day of work tomorrow, I will regret. Okay, so I obviously my confusion was visible. At the moment I had no clue what you were talking about. So, for today, gentlemen, thanks for being here, and wish you a good night. Have an enjoyable day, have a good night. See you again soon, I hope. And for today, let me just say goodbye and keep the spirit high. Good night.